Chapter 1276. The Changel ancestor called out to Ling Xiao, but he only said one sentence. Don't let that sea race girl get too arrogant. Ling Xiao smiled and nodded. I'll do my best. Since things had progressed to this point, Ling Xiao naturally couldn't give up the championship to the Heavenly Sea Pearl. The most important thing was that the Moonstone was too important to the Moon Maiden. Ling Xiao swore that he had to obtain it. After an hour, the originally silent Changel Square began to move again. It was like a giant mechanical beast starting its new activity. This was the last round of the competition. It was also the final round. Obviously, there were many more people in the square than before. After arriving at the square, many people were still talking about the previous 2 rounds between Ling Xiao and the Heavenly Sea Pearl. When they talked about something exciting, they actually danced with joy. Look, Ling Xiao is here! A voice suddenly sounded, and the whole square quieted down. Many alchemists who were originally discussing the 3rd round of the competition also looked in the direction of Ling Xiao. Although the badge on Ling Xiao's body was only at the high yellow grade, it was still very impressive. No one thought that this was his full strength. The previous 2 rounds were enough to prove that Ling Xiao's medical skills were far superior to the high yellow grade alchemist Ji Luoyu. At this moment, Ling Xiao was the hero of all the mainland races. He was irreplaceable in the eyes of all the alchemists present. This was because he was the only one who had defeated the insufferably arrogant Heavenly Sea Pearl twice in a row. The mystic world was like this. The strong were respected, and the strong were respected. In the alchemist's profession, superb medical skills and alchemy skills were strength. They would also be worshipped and respected by countless people. Ling Xiao, you're here. Have you rested well? I'm afraid that this battle will become the battlefield between you and the Heavenly Sea Pearl again. However, I won't give up. Ji Luoyu, this girl, was really very lively. Or rather, it felt a little familiar. Regardless of Ling Xiao's attitude towards her, she had already treated Ling Xiao as an old acquaintance, or even an old friend. Qian slapped Ling Xiao's back fiercely. Could the little medicine king be a little more reserved? Let's work hard together, Ling Xiao said indifferently. He didn't have a good impression of Ji Luoyu. But now, it could be said that she had changed her life. I wonder where this Sky Sea Pearl came from. Although I'm helpless, she's really strong. I can't help but be convinced. Ji Luoyu was rarely convinced by anyone, but now, she was convinced by Ling Xiao and the Pearl of the Sky Ocean. Yes. Ling Xiao nodded. He could feel a special soul power from the Sky Ocean Pearl. This was something he had only sensed after cultivating the primordial spirit remnant scroll. Others might not be able to see it, but Ling Xiao could see that another person's soul was attached to the Sky Ocean Pearl. Ling Xiao wasn't sure who this person was, but he was definitely not young. He was probably from the same generation as the Medicine King, Sun Sa. He hadn't been competing with the Sky Ocean Pearl, but this person. However, he didn't say these words out loud. Even if he said it, no one would believe him. Ling Xiao, if you're afraid, leave the last round to me. If I'm not wrong, the last round should be free play. At this time, the grade of the Medicine King will be the key. In this aspect, I'm stronger than you. Hearing this, Ling Xiao didn't need to look at the person to know that it was Dan Qing. This guy refused to admit defeat. He still felt that he had lost to Ling Xiao in something he wasn't good at, and that he could definitely beat Ling Xiao in something he was good at. Hee. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. It was true that he refused to admit defeat, but if he didn't know his own limits, then he was stupid. In his eyes, Dan Qing was such a person. Humph, what's so great about that? Just wait and see. Seeing that Ling Xiao was just being perfunctory, Dan Qing was even more unhappy. He was now using all his strength to teach Ling Xiao a lesson in the last round. Ling Xiao ignored him. Instead, he turned around and nodded at the judges before sitting down at the preparation table. The Sky Ocean Pearl is here. At this moment, there was a commotion. Ling Xiao turned his head and saw that the Sky Ocean Pearl had also arrived. This sea race girl walked close to Ling Xiao. She didn't even look at Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. She just stared at Ling Xiao and said, Celestial Emperor! In this last round, I'll let you know what despair is. You've said this more than once, but you've already lost to me twice. It's better to put away the battle of words. Ling Xiao looked at the Sky Ocean Pearl and suddenly smiled. By the way, say hello to your friend for me. Also, tell him that even if he has the ability of Medicine King Sun Bu, he will still lose today. Hearing this, the Sky Ocean Pearl was obviously shocked. How could Ling Xiao see that there was another person's soul in her body? One had to know that even Medicine King Sun Bu, Ji Qing, and Chang'e Ancestor couldn't see through this secret. Since you know, you should admit defeat because you can't win. In the first 2 rounds, I didn't use my full strength. In the last round, your opponent will be extremely powerful. The Sky Ocean Pearl gradually calmed down, and then stared at Ling Xiao fiercely. I forgot to tell you, I didn't use my full strength either, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Of course, he knew what the Sky Ocean Pearl meant by not using her full strength. In the first 2 rounds, the soul only guided and assisted the Sky Ocean Pearl to complete the pill refining. In the last round, the soul would completely control the Sky Ocean Pearl's body and would be even more powerful. Sky Ocean Pearl, your opponent is not only him, but also us. Dan Qing was really unhappy that the Sky Ocean Pearl didn't even look at him. Didn't this mean that he was much weaker than Ling Xiao? How could he accept this? However, the Sky Ocean Pearl still ignored him and went straight to her seat. I'm so angry! Too arrogant! Dan Qing was so angry that his face was ashen. Alright, brother Dan Qing, what's there to be angry about now? When the 3rd round begins, we'll compete with the Sky Ocean Pearl. Isn't that great? Ji Luoyu smiled. Although this little girl was also angry in her heart. The Sky Ocean Pearl was about the same age as her, but she didn't put her in her eyes at all. How could she bear it? However, her thoughts were different from Dan Qing's. She wanted to use practical actions to prove that she wasn't weak. At the judges' table, Medicine King Sun Sa, Ji Qing, Chang'e Patriarch, and the number 1 alchemist of the Chang'e Celestial Island were already in their seats. Chang'e Patriarch said worriedly, The last round is the key. If Ling Xiao loses to the Sky Ocean Pearl, then this alchemy conference will really become a joke. Ji Qing let out a sigh and said, Now that things have come to this, we have no choice either and can only resign ourselves to fate. But I still have some faith in Ling Xiao after all. If he can create a miracle once or twice, he can create a 3rd time. Chapter 1277. The Heavenly Sea Pearl still has a lot of power that hasn't been released yet. I'm afraid Ling Xiao won't be able to win this round. Sun Bu had never liked Ling Xiao, but that didn't stop him from acknowledging Ling Xiao's strength. But even so, he still felt that it would be very difficult for Ling Xiao to defeat the Heavenly Sea Pearl because he could faintly see the shadow of an old friend of his from the Heavenly Sea Pearl. Although he couldn't be sure, as long as there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, it would be a huge problem. There's no point in talking anymore. Let's begin. Ancestor Chang'e shook his head helplessly. Since no one could predict the outcome, there was no point in being anxious. It was better to take one step at a time. The pharmacists participating in the 3rd round will now enter the arena. He stood up and announced. At this moment, both the audience and the participating pharmacists had already arrived. Unlike the previous 2 rounds, the pill refining platforms for the 3rd round were placed at a higher position in the center of the plaza. Ling Xiao, Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and the others didn't stand out. Sister Yuanu, I'm going. Ling Xiao leaped and instantly arrived in front of the pill refining platform with his name on it. At this moment, the audience was in an uproar again. Everyone was discussing. That's Ling Xiao, the first place of the previous 2 rounds. It's a pity that you didn't come to watch the competition. He's so young. I didn't expect the human race to have so many talents. It seems that the human race has been declining for a long time and is finally going to rise again. That's right. His name is Ling Xiao. He's the current Heavenly Emperor of the Heavenly Dynasty. He's very powerful. I'm so envious. Although I'm envious, I'm also under a lot of pressure. The heavenly sea pearl of the sea tribe is too powerful. Ling Xiao spent a lot of effort to win the first 2 rounds. The third round is the key. That's right. I heard that the points of first place in the third round far exceed the points of the previous 2 rounds combined. If Ling Xiao loses, then all his previous efforts will be wasted. We, the land races, can't afford to lose face like this. I hope he can win. Ling Xiao acted as if he didn't hear the unabashed discussions of the audience. Sitting there cross-legged, Ling Xiao recalled the various alchemy methods he had learned in the past, including the pills from the immemorial divine pill scripture. The third stage was very likely to be a free-for-all. In other words, everyone would have to rely on their own ability to refine pills. Whoever had the highest quality, highest grade, and best effect would win. This was a comprehensive assessment. Most likely, all the pharmacists would bring out their trump cards. The heavenly sea pearl was not his only opponent. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu were also troublesome. The two of them might have a special pill formula given by Medicine King Sun Bu. There was still a great possibility for them to reverse the situation and win the third round. Therefore, he really couldn't underestimate his opponent. In the final stage, there were still 120 pharmacists left. After these people arrived in front of their respective alchemy platforms, they all closed their eyes and rested, just like Ling Xiao. They were all very cautious in this trial, and even the Sky Sea Pearl was no exception. Clang! Clang clang! The magical treasure clock once again rang out with its loud and clear voice, echoing in the sky. In that instant, all the pharmacists in the competition opened their eyes, their expressions focused. The third stage is also the final stage of this alchemy conference. I won't say anything unnecessary. There is only one requirement for this stage, and that is to refine a pill that you think is the most outstanding within the range of ingredients provided by the organizer. Whoever wins will be the champion of this alchemy conference, even if your results in the first 2 stages were not very good. Therefore, there is no need to hide anything. Show off your abilities to your heart's content. If you need any ingredients, you can tell the pharmacists beside you, and they will bring them to you. Everyone's conditions are the same. Oh, oh, oh. Deafening cheers rang out from the spectator stands. After waiting for more than an hour, these people's suppressed excitement was finally completely released. Their auras broke through the clouds and soared into the sky. As expected. Although Ling Xiao did not know the topic, he could roughly guess it. For the sake of fairness, the ingredients were provided by the organizer. This was enough to show that the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island had a deep foundation. This was because many of the ingredients for pills were not easy to find. To host this alchemy conference, the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island could be said to have spent a lot of money. However, where there was loss, there was gain. The benefits that they had gained from this alchemy conference were also obvious. First, they had promoted themselves. Second, the ticket sales were also a considerable sum of money. After the enthusiastic cheers temporarily subsided, the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island Patriarch continued. For the final stage, the time limit will be increased to 2 hours, so everyone will have enough time to think about the problem. Moreover, the chances of failure will also increase to 3 times. However, you have to pay attention here. Because precious ingredients are scarce, if you waste them, it is very likely that you will have to change your plan and settle for the next best thing. Therefore, my suggestion is to be fully prepared. No matter what pill you refine, try to succeed in 1 try. It might be very difficult to succeed in 1 try, but this was obviously the best case scenario. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu should have known the content of this stage long ago, so their faces were full of anticipation. They were not surprised at all. After all, they all had backers. As for the Heavenly Sea Pearl, she naturally guessed the content of the third stage like Ling Xiao. However, this third stage was not like the previous 2 stages. Even if you knew the content in advance, it was meaningless. In the end, it still depended on your true alchemy ability. After all, the venue, equipment, and ingredients were all provided by the organizer. Knowing in advance was at most mental preparation. The champion will definitely be the Oceanic Tribe, the Water God Temple. The Heavenly Sea Pearl looked at Ling Xiao and made a provocative gesture. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. There was no point in arguing at this point. It was better to wait for the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island Patriarch to announce the start. Now, the final stage of the competition officially begins. Following the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island Patriarch's command, Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu stood up and said something to the medicine refiner beside them. They should be asking for ingredients. They were very clear that the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island's ingredients were limited. If they asked for them earlier, they would be able to obtain more precious ingredients. The pills refined would also be better. In any case, they knew in advance what they were going to refine. Ling Xiao naturally knew this, but he was not in a hurry. He had to observe what pill he was going to refine before making a decision. With the ability to extract elements, even if he could not obtain precious ingredients, he was confident that he would be able to refine pills that would not lose to others. Although the others were anxious, they were also thinking. This stage could not be messed up. Otherwise, even if they succeeded in refining the pill, it would not be of much significance. However, after a short while, a few people began to take out the ingredients. These people could only refine one type of pill, so they had no choice at all. They had hesitated before because they were worried that they would not succeed in refining the pill. Now, they had made a decision because they had to fight with their backs against the wall. Chapter 1278. For all the alchemists present, the last round was a fight to the death. They had to cut off all means of retreat, or else they wouldn't be able to win. Anyway, it was the last round. Even if they were eliminated, it didn't matter. If they succeeded, they still had a chance to fight. Wind and Rain Pill! After Dan Qing had gathered all the ingredients, Ji Qing could tell what he was going to concoct. Dan Changle, your Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is really generous. This Wind Rain Pill is one of the best peak-grade yellow-grade pills, second only to peak-grade yellow-grade pills. For Dan Qing, the success rate of concocting peak-grade yellow-grade pills should be around 80%. We're not as generous as the Medicine King. The little Medicine King is probably going to refine the 1000 Hammer 100 refinement pill, which is also the strongest among the top yellow pills. If Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu succeed in refining these two pills at the same time, I'm afraid it's hard to tell who will win. The Everlasting Joy Patriarch laughed. Without Ling Xiao and the Sky Sea Pearl, they won't have a problem winning. But now, it's a bit troublesome. Medicine King Sun Sa didn't look happy. Ji Luoyu and Dan Qing had reached the level of yellow super alchemists, and could refine yellow super pills. However, the problem was that the success rate of these two alchemists was only 10%. That was why they had to settle for the next best thing, which was a yellow-grade top-grade medicinal pill. At the very least, the success rate would be much higher. However, it would be difficult to win with a top yellow pill. Sun Sa felt that the Sky Sea Pearl and Ling Xiao would at least choose to refine a yellow super pill. The Sky Sea Pearl started to ask for ingredients. She said a lot, but the organizers didn't have any. She couldn't help but curse. The Everlasting Joy Immortal Island is only SOS, so how can such a poor sect hold an alchemy convention? After saying that, she cursed as she picked some medicinal herbs that the organizer had. It wasn't that the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island was poor, but the Sky Sea Pearl's requirements were too harsh. The ingredients she asked for were difficult to get even for the Heavenly Dragon trading firm, let alone the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island. Some of them could only be gathered near the Heaven's Chosen Gate. She's probably going to refine the Domain Origin Energy Pill. Medicine King Sun Sa frowned. It's really a yellow super pill. Only Grotto Heaven Realm and above can use. This little girl is bold. Domain of cultivation, she's only at the first Grotto Heaven. Of her. Ji Qing smiled. I don't think this little girl will mess around. But Ling Xiao will be in trouble if she does. Basically, the yellow-grade super elixir requires the cultivation of Grotto Heaven Realm. But he is only a 10 Directions Heaven Realm martial artist. This is going to be difficult. Medicine King's son Bu said lightly. C. Of 2 T. Of. He was only concocting high yellow grade pills? Could it be that he was no match for Dan Qing and Luoyu? Astonishment, absolute astonishment. The Heaven Origin Physique pill that Ling Xiao refined was a high yellow grade pill. Perhaps for ordinary people, it was a very precious thing. But for the last 120 alchemists, it might not be too precious. Especially for Medicine King's son Sa, Ji Qing, and the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, it was not worth mentioning. They did not expect that Ling Xiao would actually plan to refine such a trash pill. It was simply unacceptable. But why would Ling Xiao care whether they accepted it or not? His mind had long been completely focused on refining the medicinal pills. The success rate of refining a high yellow grade pill was absolutely 100% for him. Even if it was Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu refining this level of pill, they would probably have a 99% success rate. He chose this because the difficulty was low and the quality of the ingredients was low, so he did not have to worry about failure. But even so, he was still very careful and serious. Because this had become the basic quality of an alchemist. In just 5 minutes, Ling Xiao became the first person to successfully refine the pill. However, he did not keep the pill. Instead, he placed it on a tray at the side. What is this kid doing? Such a rushed high yellow grade pill. Even if it is a perfect pill, it still cannot be compared to other people's super yellow grade pills. Could it be that he is planning to throw the game? The Everlasting Joy ancestor looked at Ling Xiao in confusion. He did not understand what this kid was thinking. After Ling Xiao finished refining the first pill, he walked towards the assistant alchemist and asked for another set of ingredients. According to the rules, he had the qualifications to ask for 3 sets of ingredients. Therefore, the assistant alchemist was only stunned for a moment. But he quickly went to prepare it for him. While waiting for the ingredients, Ling Xiao looked around. Among the 120 alchemists, there were close to 100 who were refining high yellow grade pills. There were also 15 who were refining top yellow grade pills. The remaining few were refining super yellow grade pills. Among them were Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and Tian Hai Zhu. The higher the grade of the pill, the longer it would take to refine. Therefore, at this moment, other than those who had failed, Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and Tian Hai Zhu had just finished refining their ingredients. Refining was a very important process. It was to remove the impurities in the ingredients. Otherwise, it was very likely that it would cause an explosion. That would be troublesome. Looks like the final champion will be the competition between the alchemists refining super yellow grade pills. However, I'm afraid that your efforts will be in vain. Ling Xiao smiled. At this moment, the second set of ingredients had arrived. He smiled at the assistant alchemist and began refining again. Last time, it was the Heaven Origin Physique Elixir. This time, it's the Heaven Origin Soul Elixir. Both are high-grade yellow-grade elixirs. Does he think that the more elixirs he concocts, the higher his score will be? Ancestor Chengle's brows were already furrowed. Perhaps he has other ideas. Let's see. Ji Qing also frowned. However, he was thinking of another possibility. It was just that he could not confirm it at the moment. If it was really as he thought, this Ling Xiao was a little too crazy. It was not that Ling Xiao did not see the expressions on the judges' faces. It was just that he did not care at all. From the beginning of the alchemy conference, he was not affected by others. He was wholeheartedly refining pills according to his own plans. When Ling Xiao began refining the second pill, Tian Hai Zhu, Dan Qing, Ji Luoyu, and a few other alchemists who were more skilled had just started to put the ingredients into the pill furnace. Chapter 1279. Once the pill refinement began, the number of people who failed gradually increased. As the black smoke rose one after another, some of the 120 people walked out one after another. There was no anger on their faces, only helplessness and regret. Because in the first 2 rounds, they could find excuses to say that they weren't suitable for the questions, but the last round was a contest of strength. To them, they failed 3 times in a row because their strength was too weak. They couldn't blame others. Great waves washing away the sand. Survival of the fittest. Don't underestimate this small alchemy conference. It was also a cruel selection. Those who weren't strong enough couldn't make it to the end. And those who could make it to the end were definitely the cream of the crop. Previously, many people didn't understand why there was a 1-hour break before the last round. Now, they finally understood that the difficulty of this round was really high. The consumption was also shocking. Many alchemists' faces turned ugly. Even though alchemists' physiques were generally much better than ordinary martial artists, such a high workload was still unbearable for them. Let's not bother about Ling Xiao first. I don't understand what he's doing. Between the Tianhai Pearl, Dan Qing, and Luo Yu, who will win? They're all yellow-grade super elixirs. Once they're refined, how can we determine who's better? Ancestor Chang'e asked Ji Qing anxiously. Although he still had confidence in Ling Xiao, the problem was that he didn't understand what Ling Xiao was doing, so he could only automatically ignore it. There are many factors to determine. The first is naturally the quality. Whoever has the better effect will be the champion. The second is speed. If the quality is the same, then whoever is faster will win. If both of these factors can't be determined, then we'll have to look at the actual effect. This is more complicated to determine, but it's not impossible. Ji Qing explained. But the last situation is basically impossible. After all, to Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu, the success rate of refining yellow-grade super elixirs is too low. It's different for the Tianhai Pearl. I think her success rate of refining yellow-grade super elixirs should be above 90%. 90%. Doesn't that mean it's over? Ancestor Chang'e was completely dumbfounded. Originally, he was hoping that Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu would be able to defeat the Pearl of the Sky Seas while Ling Xiao was useless. But now, it seemed that things weren't going to be that simple. Bang! At this moment, on Ji Luoyu's pill refining platform, a cloud of black smoke rose, and a dull sound indicated that her first refinement had failed. It's over! Everlasting Joy shook his head and sighed bitterly. He discovered that everything in the furnace of the Heavenly Seed Pearl was very stable. Furthermore, looking at the other party's relaxed manner, he knew that there wouldn't be any problems. If that was the case, Ji Luoyu would not be able to catch up in time. Even though she quickly ordered for a second set of materials to be prepared, as long as the Heavenly Seed Pearl did not fail, she would not be able to catch up. Sister Luo Yu, don't worry. I will definitely win the Sky Sea Pearl. Dan Qing shouted at Ji Luoyu, his heart filled with pride. He finally had the chance to be a hero. Ling Xiao was messing around, and Ji Luoyu had failed in her first refinement. Only he was now on par with the Pearl of the Sky Seas. Ji Luoyu laughed bitterly and said, Big brother Dan Qing, focus on refining pills. I'm placing all my hopes on you. When Dan Qing heard this, his heart felt even lighter. It was as if he had already become the champion of the pill refining conference, and could look down on everyone else. However, he did not relax. At this moment, if he also failed in refining pills, he would lose a lot of face. Therefore, he could not fail. While he was wholeheartedly refining the pill, on Ling Xiao's side, the second pill had already been refined. Prepare this set of materials for me. Ling Xiao called out to the assistant pharmacist, then took out the prescription he had prepared and handed it to him. What's wrong with that kid? Is he going to refine another high-grade yellow pill? What's the point of that? Old Ancestor Chang'e was in complete despair. In the audience, many people who had high hopes for Ling Xiao and worshipped him crazily began to look at him with disdain. Their mouths were not clean. Scram, you piece of trash. What celestial emperor? You're just trash. Yes, that's right. You're really a piece of trash. I thought you were amazing, but in the end, you refined such trash pills. Scram, I don't want to see you. If the scolding was not considered harsh, there were actually people in the crowd who threw eggs and rotten vegetables at Ling Xiao. This was a serious problem. Smack. The egg smashed against the protective wall and shattered. Although it did not hit Ling Xiao, it was definitely an insult to Ling Xiao. I'll only warn you once. If anyone dares to scold me again, I'll cut off their tongue. If anyone dares to throw anything at me again, I'll cut off their arms. Ling Xiao glared coldly at the audience and said coldly, It's none of your business what I'm refining. If you don't want to watch, then scram. Don't fart over there. Perhaps it was because Ling Xiao's recent reputation was not weak, many people shut their mouths and kept the things in their hands that they wanted to throw. After all, no one wanted to have their tongue cut off or their arms cut off. However, there were still people who were bold. In this world, there were always people who did not take others' words seriously. Damn, so what if I scold you? You're just a warrior from the Sky Dragon continent. How dare you call yourself a celestial emperor? You just won the first 2 rounds. I've bet everything on you. If you lose this time, I'll kill you. As he spoke, he threw a cabbage at Ling Xiao. He was a disciple of Changle's celestial island. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would dare to attack him in front of old ancestor Changle. Moreover, this alchemy conference was hosted and organized by Changle's celestial island. Unless Ling Xiao did not want to live anymore, he would definitely not dare to do that. However, he was wrong. He did not understand Ling Xiao at all. At this moment, if he did not kill the chicken to warn the monkey, there would be more people who would follow suit. Ling Xiao had already warned these people. He had given them a chance. Unfortunately, they did not understand how precious it was. While others were anxiously refining pills, he actually broke through the protective wall and rushed into the audience. With a chop of his hand, sword chi filled the air. At the same time, he cut off the Changle Celestial Island disciple's tongue and arm. Ah! Miserable screams resounded through the square. The noisy Changle Square instantly quieted down. Blood! Dark red blood! However, Ling Xiao had already returned to the refining platform. The 3rd set of materials had also been delivered. Old ancestor, that kid is too much. Is he really going to attack? The number 1 alchemist of Changle Celestial Island frowned. No matter how much he admired Ling Xiao, he could not tolerate Ling Xiao killing a disciple of Changle Celestial Island in front of so many people. You knew that Ling Xiao was that kind of person, yet you still provoked him. You deserved it. Old ancestor Changle's words stunned the number 1 alchemist. Chapter 1280. Ling Xiao had cut off the tongues and arms of the disciples of Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. The Everlasting Joy ancestor coldly snorted, and then said in a clear voice, Even if we lose the last round, Ling Xiao is still our hero. If anyone dares to insult him again, he doesn't need to do anything. This old man will clean up and smash them for him. Our Everlasting Joy Celestial Island doesn't need immoral fools. Hee Dan Changle, you didn't protect your own people? Medicine King's son Sa asked with a smile. This old man is the organizer of this alchemy conference. I will only uphold justice and reason, not protect my own people. Moreover, that kind of smashing won't bring any benefits to the Everlasting Joy Celestial Island. Instead, it will only drag the Celestial Island down. He deserved to die. The Everlasting Joy ancestor said lightly. The first half of the sentence might have been said casually, but the second half was the truth. The Everlasting Joy Celestial Island doesn't need fools. After he said that, no one in the audience dared to say anything to Ling Xiao. Even if they were criticizing him in their hearts, they wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Otherwise, their tongues would have been cut off or their arms would have been chopped off. No one would be willing to accept such an outcome. He's really going to do that? At this moment, Ji Qing's face revealed a fanatical expression. He was so excited that his body was trembling. Impossible. Is he crazy? That method has less than a 30% chance of success. He only has 1 chance left. Does he dare to do it? Medicine King's son Sa seemed to have guessed what Ling Xiao wanted to do. He was also a little excited and his face was flushed. Why is it impossible? The first pill he refined was the Heaven Origin Physique Elixir, The second was the Heaven Origin Soul Elixir, and the third was the Heaven Origin Inner Strength Elixir. If these 3 elixirs are separated, it might not be surprising. They can improve a martial artist's body, soul, and inner strength respectively. However, if they are refined together, it is possible to refine an elixir that is infinitely close to the mysterious grade, the Grotto Heaven Realm 3-point Restoration Elixir. Ji Qing said excitedly. I didn't misjudge this kid. He is really bold. If he succeeds, he will definitely be more outstanding than the Sky Sea Pearl. Humph, you're talking about after he succeeds. If he doesn't succeed, then all his previous efforts will be wasted. With his ability, he shouldn't have taken such a risk. Such a method can only be said to be stupid. Medicine King's son Su coldly snorted, and said with dissatisfaction. Perhaps, but since he has the guts, there is a possibility of success. I don't believe that he would do something that he has no confidence in, Ji Qing said with a smile. Let's wait and see. The reason why Medicine King's son Sa refused to believe that Ling Xiao could refine the 3 points recovery pill, which was infinitely close to the mysterious grade. Failure? Falling into the abyss, unable to extricate himself. Or had he succeeded? Had he become the champion of the Alchemy Conference? What kind of answer sheet will you give us? Ji Qing looked towards Ling Xiao. Towards this youth, he already had an exceptionally high opinion of him. Of course, Medicine King Sun Sa's words were not wrong. Ling Xiao's choice was a risk. There was only a fine line between heaven and hell. In the end, it was all up to Ling Xiao to decide which side he would lean towards. At this moment, Ling Xiao had successfully refined the 3rd pill. When the 3 pills were placed together, Ling Xiao suddenly closed his eyes. Your Highness Moon Maiden, what do you think of Senior Ji Qing's words? Yunya looked at the Moon Maiden. She felt that among the people present, only the Moon Maiden could truly see through Ling Xiao's background. I don't know either. The Moon Lady smiled and shook her head. That guy is someone who likes challenges. Refining a yellow-grade super pill is too easy for him. That's why he chose a more difficult method, to refine a 3-point restoration pill that is infinitely close to the mysterious grade. In that case, you don't know if he will succeed? Yunya asked in surprise. That's right. I don't know, but I believe that he will succeed. If the Moon Maiden had to ask for a reason, she would definitely say that it was because she liked Ling Xiao. But obviously, that reason was not what Yunya wanted. I also believe in Master. Cold Plum's attitude was also very firm. Cold Plum, your trust is blind. Yunya smiled bitterly. You're wrong. I'm not blind. I've never been blind. Master has this ability. That's why I believe in him. Princess Yunya, you still don't understand Master. If he wants to win, in terms of alchemy, even the Medicine King's son Sa may not be his opponent. Cold Plum said lightly. How is this possible? Of course, Yunya didn't believe it. Medicine King's son Sa was a mysterious grade alchemist. He was not someone that a yellow-grade alchemist could be compared to. I knew you would say that, so I don't want to explain. When the results come out later you will know. Your Heavenly Dragon Trading Company's idea of approaching Master and wanting to cooperate with him is right, but don't have any crooked thoughts. Otherwise, the consequences will be very serious. Cold Plum said lightly. On the surface, she seemed to worship and trust Ling Xiao blindly, but in reality, that was not the case. Although Cold Plum didn't like to express her thoughts, her heart was as clear as a mirror. At this time, those who were ridiculing Ling Xiao in their hearts quieted down because they found that what Ling Xiao was going to do was not what they had imagined. A ball of crimson flame began to burn. The flames in the entire square were trembling because of it. Tianhai Pro glared at Ling Xiao angrily. Once the flame went out of control, it was very likely that it would lead to the failure of the alchemy. Unfortunately, she had fallen into his trap. The first refinement was declared a failure when it was about to be completed. Dan Qing was also depressed. He had also fallen for it, and failed to refine the elixir. You can't blame me for this. It's not my intention. Ling Xiao shrugged. After all, the divine fire was the master of all flames. All the flames in the world were born and derived from the 12 divine fires. Damn it! At this time, whether it was Tianhai Pearl or Dan Qing, they didn't have time to blame Ling Xiao. They quickly asked the assistant pharmacist to help gather the materials and began another refinement. Ji Luoyu was lucky because she hadn't had time to light the fire, and had just finished refining the herbs. So at this time, she was faster than Tianhai Pearl and Dan Qing. However, there wasn't the slightest trace of relief on her face. Even without other people's influence, her success rate of refining a yellow-grade super elixir was not very high. Boom! At this time, there was a sudden loud sound from Tianhai Pearl's side. A humanoid figure appeared behind her. At this time, Tianhai Pearl had no choice but to fight. She had to use all her strength to ensure that the second elixir was successfully refined. The moment this figure appeared, Tianhai Pearl's eyes turned white for a moment, but in an instant, they returned to normal. It was just that her eyes, which were originally clear, were now sinister and ruthless. She was completely possessed. Ling Xiao felt the power of Tianhai Pearl at this time. He couldn't help but be shocked. It's really her! Medicine King Sun Bu suddenly stood up. Chapter 1281. Is it the woman who was defeated by you in medical skills and committed suicide? Ji Qing asked. Yes, it's her. Back then, only she and I competed for the title of Medicine King in the White Tiger continent. She lost and chose to commit suicide. I didn't expect her to come back. Medicine King Sun Zai said with a gloomy face. Dan Chengel, stop the alchemy conference immediately. No one can win against that person unless this old man does it personally. Wait. Ji Qing shook his head and said. Maybe it's not as bad as you think. No matter how powerful she is, she's just a low-level profound alchemist when she died. At most, she can refine low-level profound pills, but the success rate won't be too high. So if I'm not wrong, she should choose a pill of the same grade as the 3-point recovery pill. As long as Ling Xiao doesn't lose, even if it's a tie, he should win by relying on the advantages of the previous 2 rounds. Medicine King Sun Zai roared. Do you really believe that Ling Xiao can refine the 3-point recovery pill? Do you really believe that, kid? There's no other way. Don't forget, our rules don't say that we can't rely on martial spirits. Ji Qing reminded. For that Tianhai Pearl, that woman has already become her martial spirit. We can't stop it. Otherwise, we'll become a joke if word gets out. Ji Qing is right. Our everlasting joy immortal island can't afford to lose face like this. Ancestor Changel shook his head and said. Humph, if that guy takes the championship, your everlasting joy immortal island will lose even more face. Do you really plan to continue? Medicine King Sun Zai asked coldly. Of course. Ancestor Changel nodded and said. I believe in Ling Xiao. He can cure my poison, so he must have a way to refine the 3-point recovery pill. Bang! At this moment, a black smoke suddenly rose from Ling Xiao's alchemy platform. Although the 3 pills didn't shatter, they cracked almost at the same time and fell to the bluestone floor. Failed? Ancestor Changel and Ji Qing's faces instantly turned ashen. Ling Xiao was defeated just like that. Medicine King Sunbu sneered and said, I have already said that this method of refining pills is not something that a little guy like him can try. Even I don't dare to say that I have a 50% chance of success. He is simply looking for a dead end for himself. Perhaps he already knew that the Heavenly Sea Pearl would refine pills of the same quality. If he wanted to win, he had no other choice but to do so. Ji Qing let out a sigh and said, This child's observational skills are good. It's just a pity that his luck is a little bad, failing at the last step. Patriarch Changel shook his head helplessly. Were they really going to let a member of the oceanic race stand there and laugh at them? Ha ha ha, kid, I had some expectations for you, but I didn't expect you to be so useless. Looks like the champion of today's alchemy conference is mine. The Pearl of the Heavenly Sea burst into an extremely excited and complacent laugh. Nothing made her happier than seeing Ling Xiao fail. After all, Ling Xiao had already wasted 3 chances. Once he failed, he would be eliminated directly. There would be no chance for him to make a comeback. Ling Xiao, you really dropped the ball at the crucial moment. Since you can't do it, then watch me. Dan Qing was a little excited. Ling Xiao's failure created a stage for him to express himself. Sigh. Ji Luoyu let out a sigh. She did not expect it to be like this, but she could only concentrate on refining pills. Time passed by in minutes. Ling Xiao stood there, his right hand supporting his cheek, as if thinking about something. It's been more than 10 minutes. That guy should be crippled. He even blamed us for scolding him. That's right. He can't even compare to Dan Qing and the Little Medicine King, let alone the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea. What a pity. A hero turned into a coward in an instant. The crowd began to whisper again. People seemed to have forgotten about the guy who had his tongue cut off. However, this time, Ling Xiao did not say anything, nor did he make a move. He did not have the time to do so. The last round was very special. As long as he did not choose to leave, he would not be eliminated. Therefore, he still had a chance to turn the tide. However, he still had to think about what to do. It's a success. At this moment, Ji Luoyu's excited voice rang out. The top yellow-grade pill that she had refined was finally out of the furnace. A mesmerizing medicinal fragrance wafted out. As expected of the Little Medicine King, he withstood the huge pressure and refined a top yellow-grade pill. He's much better than Ling Xiao. At this moment, only Ling Xiao, the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea, Dan Qing, and Ji Luoyu were left in the arena. The rest of the people had either succeeded in refining a top yellow-grade pill, or a top yellow-grade pill, but its quality was obviously not as good as Ji Luoyu's. Otherwise, they had failed all 3 attempts and walked out of the alchemy platform. At this moment, Ji Luoyu had finished refining and was relieved. She walked out of the alchemy platform and went to the VIP seats to watch the rest of the competition. Another 10 minutes passed. Dan Qing's top yellow-grade pill was also successfully refined. Unfortunately, he had nothing to be happy about. He had finished 10 minutes later than Ji Luoyu. The effect of the pill was about the same. He would definitely not be able to get first place. He walked out of the alchemy platform unhappily and cursed. Ling Xiao, you're the one who delayed me for so long. If you can't win against the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea, then you can go to hell. Win against me? With just him? The Pearl of the Heavenly Sea sneered disdainfully. Although the time needed to refine the pill was much longer than Dan Qing's, the quality and grade of the pill were much higher. Moreover, everything was very stable. She believed that she would definitely be the champion today. Little brat, do you want Master to help you? Anyway, that little girl over there is cheating. At that moment, the voice of his master, Yuan Venerate, rang out in Ling Xiao's mind. No need. Even if I lose, I have to rely on my own ability to complete this assessment. Otherwise, it would be meaningless. Ling Xiao shook his head gently. He knew that Yuan Venerate meant well. He also knew that as long as Yuan Venerate helped, he would definitely be able to come back from the dead and refine the pill successfully. However, he couldn't do that. If he asked for help whenever he encountered difficulties, he would only continue to sink on this path. This time, he would either fail and become a pitiful person who would be mocked by others or continue to work hard with this humiliation. Or he would succeed and break through his shackles, improve his alchemy skills, and toughen his temperament. This was a hurdle. If he could overcome it, then everyone would be happy. If he couldn't, then he could only accept it. Ha ha ha, it's over, it's all over. In at most a quarter of an hour, my pills will come out, and all of you will be defeated by me. Pitiful land races, a bunch of trash. Perhaps it was because she had finally overcome the most difficult moment, but the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea laughed heartily. Medicine King Sun Tzu was about to say something when a clear voice suddenly rang out. Isn't it a little too early to be happy? This was the voice that the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea hated the most. It came from Ling Xiao. Chapter 1282. Ji Luoyu looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. She thought that everything was over, but when she saw the confident smile on Ling Xiao's face, she suddenly felt relieved. Damn, he only knows how to act cool. But if this guy can really win against the Heavenly Sea Pearl, I will be convinced. Even though Dan Qing was extremely unwilling, he hated the Heavenly Sea Pearl even more. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At least for the time being, he decided to support Ling Xiao. Kid, don't try to be mysterious. I don't believe that your pills are already broken. Without the ingredients, can you still turn the tables? People should know their limits. Don't be too complacent. Otherwise, you will become a laughing stock. Heavenly Sea Pearl mocked in disdain as she controlled the flames in the cauldron. In her opinion, Ling Xiao was just unwilling to admit defeat. That was why he was acting cool. There was no meaning to it. However, Ling Xiao only smiled. He did not care about the Heavenly Sea Pearl's mockery. After all, at this point in time, not to mention the Heavenly Sea Pearl, even other people would not believe that he could turn the tables. Medicine King's son Zai shouted angrily. Ling Xiao, don't be stubborn. You will only embarrass yourself. Give up, don't be stubborn. Ling Xiao looked at Sun Zai and sneered. You can't do it, but that doesn't mean that I can't. How much do you know about me? Then, he looked at the alchemy table. With a wave of his hand, the 3 cracked pills were thrown back into the cauldron. A ball of light flew out from his hand. It was not a flame, but the power of the red sun. Using light and heat to refine pills. This was probably the first time since ancient times. It was impossible to say that there would be no one in the future, but it was definitely unprecedented. Medicine King's son Zai did not utter a word. He just stared at Ling Xiao's cauldron. Although light and heat were not as powerful as divine fire, it was easier to control. This way, it would not cause the alchemy cauldron to collapse. At this moment, Ling Xiao was bathed in the sunlight and turned into a strange person shrouded in golden light. These lights came from the scarlet sun in the sky. Then, through his hands, he placed it on top of the pill furnace. The temperature could be spread out more evenly and wouldn't condense into one piece. Refining pills with light and heat can be said to be a pioneering feat. I'm afraid that this kid is even more amazing than we imagined. Ji Qing sighed emotionally. That's right. To be able to absorb the power of the Scarlet Sun, without a strong enough soul force, it's absolutely impossible. This brat's soul force is simply terrifying. Patriarch Changel sighed emotionally. Not only that, his body has probably been tempered by various heavenly treasures. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to withstand such a high temperature of the Scarlet Sun energy. This kid's soul force, internal force, and body are all top-notch amongst his peers. Ji Qing's evaluation this time was even higher. If not for his cultivation being restricted, I'm afraid that he would be able to directly refine a mysterious rank pill. Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu stood there, dumbfounded at this scene. If it were them, wanting to do this was simply impossible. Not to mention controlling light and heat to refine pills. Even communicating with the Scarlet Sun and absorbing its power would be difficult to accomplish. The ugly face of the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas looked very calm, but that was just a fake face. Her real face was already showing shock and disbelief. She had never heard of a failed pill refinement being able to reverse the situation. Could it be that this Ling Xiao was going to create a miracle? She was really panicking. Because once Ling Xiao was able to refine a medicinal pill of the same quality as the one she had refined, then relying on the advantage he had gained from the first 2 trials, Ling Xiao would definitely win. No, I shouldn't be afraid of him. It's impossible for this guy to succeed. The Pearl of the Heavenly Seas shook her head. She thought of many possibilities, but no matter how she thought about it, it was impossible for her to refine 3 ruined pills into a super pill that surpassed the yellow rank. I must be confident. Even the Medicine King Sun Sa couldn't do this. How could a mere little guy like him do it? Sun Sa, do you think he still has a chance? Ji Qing asked. Not even a shred of a chance. I've already said before, he's purely playing with fire. Although it's possible to refine a failed pill, It's more difficult than the previous 3 complete pills. If it was before, he still had about a 20% chance of success. Then now, he doesn't even have a 10% chance of success. Do you think it's necessary for us to bet on this? Although the Medicine King's son Sa admired Ling Xiao for being able to quickly walk out from the shadow of failure, he would never believe that Ling Xiao could succeed. Is it? But in my opinion, he still has a chance. Although he may not win, at least he hasn't lost the last chance. Ji Qing said with a smile. Do you dare to bet? Sun Sa sneered. Bet on what? Ji Qing asked. If he wins, I can help you refine a black rank middle-level pill. As for what pill to refine, you say it yourself, and I'll provide the materials. Sun Sa said. If he loses, no matter who is the champion, you have to give me the White Tiger Pill Sutra in your hands. Haha, after all this time, you've been thinking about the book in my hands. But why should I bet with you? That Ling Xiao has nothing to do with me. Ji Qing said with a smile. So, you still don't have confidence in him? Sun Sa also smiled. Trying to goad me? Well, even if you succeed, I'll bet with you. Ji Qing said in a clear voice. Good, it's a deal. I still believe in your character. Medicine King's son Sa revealed a smile. He had been coveting the White Tiger Pill Sutra in Ji Qing's hands for a long time. Unfortunately, the other party's cultivation was stronger than his, and his influence was greater than his. It was simply impossible to snatch it. So the only thing he could do was to use such a small trick to get it from the other party's hands. On the square, Ling Xiao was still heating the pill furnace with light and heat. But it was obvious that he was controlling the temperature. Until now, he had not used the divine fire, which meant that he had not really begun the fusion. It was not realistic to rely on light and heat to fuse 3 parts of the recovery pill. The reason why Ling Xiao dared to fight with a senior like the Pearl of the Sky Sea was, of course, relying on the divine fire he possessed. Rise. A moment later, Ling Xiao withdrew the light and heat, and a thick liquid flew out from the furnace. This was the fusion of water and pill. Without waiting for it to solidify, Ling Xiao's right hand suddenly spewed out the true Samadhi fire and began to calcine the liquid. Shrouded in smoke, the liquid began to solidify at an accelerated rate. Not enough! Not enough! Ling Xiao felt that this temperature was not enough. If this continued before the liquid solidified, the medicinal effect would have been completely lost. Chapter 1283. Ling Xiao didn't want to see the loss of medicinal effects. Therefore, the flames had to be even more intense. But with his level of training, it was already praiseworthy to be able to control the Samadhi fire to such an extent. What else could he do? Of course. At this moment, Ling Xiao's eye of Tai Chi turned. The eye of the sage. Above his head, a silhouette covered in white light sat in a lotus position. It began to sing a battle song. Defeat the Sea-Kind's alchemist, no longer willing to be a slave. The gathering of alchemists has been invaded. You say the Tianhai Pearl, I say why be afraid of her? Oh, don't kowtow to them. Unyielding is a weapon, buried in every nerve. Awakened by the smell of medicine. Failure is not allowed. Victory doesn't have to wait. Because of the arrival of the Celestial Emperor. Suddenly, the entire world began to burn. The godly fire and the smell of medicine invaded his blood vessels. The strategy this time was to use all of his firepower. All of his firepower. All of his firepower. All of his firepower. As the battle song began to play, the already ferocious Samadhi fire became even hotter. The solidifying speed of the liquid increased as well. Almost everyone present was dumbfounded by this scene. Though they've never seen alchemy done with heat, they could at least accept it. But to use a battle song to increase the temperature of the godly fire was something they didn't even think about. After a while, they all fell into a state of shock. Ha 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 ha, good fella. I've heard that this Celestial Emperor is an expert at writing battle songs. Plus, his battle songs have real effects on martial artists. Today, I didn't think it could even affect the godly fire. Amazing, truly amazing! Ji Qing laughed out loud. Not only was it because Ling Xiao's performance was so dazzling, but it was also because he was watching a good show. Originally, he wasn't very willing to go to the city of Sin. After all, the alchemy skills here were too low and he wasn't interested. But now, he was glad that he came. Or else, he wouldn't have been able to witness such an exciting scene. The King of Medicine, Sun Sa's expression, however, was a little nervous and even a little jealous. Ling Xiao's alchemy with heat and his battle song were both things he couldn't do. Though he could brew a mysterious Dan and Ling Xiao couldn't, he, a mysterious alchemist, was not as good as Ling Xiao in certain aspects. This was something he couldn't accept. Ling Xiao's expression was focused on concocting pills, and the speed of his hands was so fast that his hands had almost turned into afterimages. The flame, under his control, like an obedient child, without any resistance. The audience's faces finally turned from surprise. Although Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu had finished refining their pills, the audience understood that they were no match for the Sky Sea Pearl. Even if the pill was successfully refined, it would not be able to withstand the power of the Heavenly Sea Pearl. Ling Xiao's rebirth made them see hope again. That's right, they had mocked Ling Xiao and looked down on him. But now, they had no choice but to place their hopes on Ling Xiao. Because other than Ling Xiao, there was no one else who could help them regain their face. In the sky, cheers and laughter filled the air. In the square, the cheers and applause were deafening. Everyone was in a state of ecstasy. Even though Ling Xiao hadn't succeeded, at least there was hope. Small tricks! Hearing these cheers, the Pearl of the Tianhai coldly snickered. To be honest, Ling Xiao's alchemy with heat was something she didn't expect. Ling Xiao's alchemy with his battle song was something she didn't expect. After this young man failed to brew the Dan, he didn't seem to be affected at all. Instead, he displayed unprecedented enthusiasm and quickly found a way to turn the tables. This made her anxious. In her mind, the shadow of the King of Medicine, Sun Sa, appeared. In the past, because she lost to Medicine King Sun Sa, she chose to commit suicide, ending all troubles. Could it be that today, she was going to lose again? Furthermore, he lost to such a young child? Now I really want to know who taught this guy. How can he be so outstanding? If he wasn't a match for him, I would applaud him. The Pearl of the Tianhai sighed in her heart. But now, I must beat him. I can't lose to him after losing to the King of Medicine, Sun Sa. In her cauldron, the flames were still rising. The embryonic form of the Dan had already appeared. With a little adjustment, the Dan could be completed. A bright smile appeared on her face. If the quality of the Dan was the same, as long as she was faster, she could still win the last round and become the champion. On Ling Xiao's side, the true Samadhi fire combined with the battle song made the Dan take shape faster. Originally, it was a fusion. At this time, the viscous liquid had begun to solidify, showing the shadow of the Dan. A strange medicinal fragrance began to waft out. Many people took a deep breath. For a good pill, even if it was just the fragrance that was emitted, it would still be able to benefit one greatly. On the perfect grade 3-point origin recovery pill, there will definitely be 3 different colored patterns. This is left behind after the 3 types of Dan fused. It will depend on what grade Ling Xiao can refine. If there can't be 3 colored patterns, even if his fusion succeeds, it can't be mentioned in the same breath as the Pearl of the Tianhai. Although Ji Qing bet on Ling Xiao to win, it did not mean that he had full confidence in Ling Xiao. On the contrary, he felt that this was a challenge. Challenging his own vision and judgment. Whether or not Ling Xiao could succeed, he was looking forward to it very much. The first color appeared red. The second color appeared blue. The third color appeared black. Ji Qing practically stared at Ling Xiao's pill refinement process and started counting one by one. Succeeded. This boy actually really succeeded. He felt that his heart was thumping hard. Ling Xiao's performance was seriously too outstanding. outstanding to the extent that it made him somewhat dare not believe it. Eh? What is he doing? All three colors already appeared, indicating that the 3-point origin recovery pill was successfully refined. What does this boy still want to do? Just as Ji Qing was endlessly excited, he discovered that not only did Ling Xiao not withdraw the Samadhi true fire, the flames became even fiercer instead, seemingly wanting to continue burning. Too arrogant, he's not trying to refine the 3-point origin recovery pill at all. Medicine King Sun Sa's hands were trembling, cold sweat flowing down his forehead. He did not think that Ling Xiao would actually do such a risky thing in order to win the pearl of the Tianhai. If it's not the 3-point origin recovery pill, then what is it? Ancestor Chang'e was stunned for a moment and asked. Grotto Heaven Upright Recovery Pill. Medicine King Sun Sa gritted his teeth and said, although the two are very similar, the 3-point origin recovery pill used by Grotto Heaven Realm is just simply fusing 3 types of high-grade yellow-grade Dan into one, increasing the effect by roughly 20% or so. But the Grotto Heaven Upright Recovery Pill is different. It completely fuses the 3 enhancement factors into one, truly achieving unity. The medicinal effect can increase by 2 times. Of course, in terms of difficulty, the Grotto Heaven Upright Recovery Pill is absolutely higher. With his cultivation, it's too difficult. Chapter 1284. This child's potential is truly astonishing. He is only 17 years old this year, but he still refuses to give up after refining 3 portions of the energy recovery pill. He wants to refine the even more difficult Grotto Heaven Upright Pill. I'm afraid this isn't impulsiveness, but true self-confidence. From his control of flames and heat, it can be seen that his talent in alchemy is unparalleled. Even you, Sun Zai, can't compare to him. Ji Qing sighed. If he can persevere on this path, then his achievements in alchemy will definitely surpass yours easily. It's very likely that he will become an influential alchemy master in the mystic world. That's too exaggerated. Although Pil King Sunzai said so, he felt a strong sense of urgency and pressure in his heart. Although Ling Xiao was not as good as him now, if this kid was given enough time, he would definitely become very powerful. At that time, even he would not be able to be compared to him. No, this kind of guy, if I can't accept him as a disciple, I must kill him. I can't let such a powerful guy appear again. Although Pil King Sun Zai was prejudiced against Ling Xiao before, he only wanted to punish that guy. But now, after discovering Ling Xiao's outstanding talent, he felt that he really couldn't wait any longer. Once the alchemy conference ended, he would find a chance to get rid of this kid. But why does he have to refine the Heavenly Insight Pill? If he directly refined the 3 parts recovery pill, wouldn't he be able to win? Ancestor Chang'e suddenly asked. No, look over there. The Heavenly Sea Pearls pill has already been refined. In terms of speed, Ling Xiao can't compare to her, so he can only win in terms of quality. Ji Qing shook his head and pointed in the direction of the Heavenly Sea Pearl. At this time, the Heavenly Sea Pearl had already begun the final process. The flames began to gradually extinguish, and a pill slowly flew out from the furnace. In that instant, on the square, fragrance filled the air. Many plants that should not have bloomed actually bloomed at this time. It was simply a scene of 100 flowers contending with each other. Ha ha ha, kid, my pill is refined. It's the top existence among the yellow-grade super pills, almost comparable to a profound grade low-level pill. Ling Xiao, what do you have to compete with me? You're bound to lose. Wild laughter came from the mouth of the Pearl of the Heavenly Sea. However, in the next second, when she saw Ling Xiao's alchemy platform, her expression changed. Of course, she also recognized the Jingyidan. No wonder that guy Ling Xiao didn't stop. If he wanted to refine 3 parts of the Guyuan pill, it would take a while for it to completely take shape. In terms of speed, it definitely wouldn't be as fast as the Tianhai Pearl. When Everlasting Joy Patriarch saw this, he completely understood. From the very beginning, Ling Xiao had never thought that he would be able to win this battle just by relying on 3 portions of the Guyuan pill. Therefore, his plan had always been to obtain the Jingyi pill. Heavenly Insight Pill. Can Ling Xiao succeed? If he is unable to successfully refine the Heavenly Abode pill, then he will lose without a doubt. This is the true meaning of cutting off all means of retreat and fighting with his back to the river. He no longer has a way out. Ji Qing muttered to himself. It's impossible for him to succeed. With his cultivation, refining the Jingyi pill requires a stronger flame. However, he has already used the divine flame and even used the war song to upgrade it. Unless he has another divine flame, it might be possible if the two were to work together. But now, I don't think he has that ability. Sun Bu said coldly. The 12 divine flames are extremely precious. Having one is already lucky. How can he have two at the same time? Taking a step back, even if he has 2 divine flames, he won't be able to control them at the same time. The stubbornness of the divine flames isn't something that someone of his cultivation can control. Perhaps a miracle will appear. At this moment, Everlasting Joy Patriarch could only hope for a miracle. Otherwise, he really didn't know how Ling Xiao could refine the Jingyi pill. You can't succeed, you lunatic! The Pearl of the Heavenly Seas stared at Ling Xiao's every move. She already knew what Ling Xiao wanted to do, but she didn't think that Ling Xiao could succeed. Even if it was the current Medicine King Sun Bu, it would take a lot of effort to refine the Jingyi pill. What ability did Ling Xiao have to do it? Whoosh! The Pearl of the Heavenly Sea's eyes suddenly widened. A ball of flame rose from Ling Xiao's left hand, emitting a whistling sound. His right hand was a scarlet flame, while his left hand was a black-red flame. Ling Xiao actually used 2 types of flames. Dark Flame of Death! Medicine King Sun Bu lost his composure once again. How is this possible? This guy actually has 2 divine flames. How did he do it? Interesting. Ling Xiao, oh Ling Xiao, you really surprised me. Ji Qing's face was flushed red. Words couldn't describe his excitement. Humph, let's see how you can control 2 divine flames at the same time. With your cultivation, it's utterly impossible for you to accomplish that. The Pearl of the Heavenly Seas snorted coldly, but her heart became nervous. Ling Xiao seemed to have heard the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas' voice. He smiled slightly, and a strong aura emerged from his body. The power of the Human King. Last time, he almost used the power of the 5th path of the Human King, but he didn't do it in the end. Today, he had to use it. In order to break through the shackles. In order to break the demon barrier that prevented Celestial Realm alchemists from refining mysterious great pills. Boom! The terrifying aura continued to rise. At this time, Ling Xiao's body was already wrapped in the scarlet true Samadhi fire, and the black-red dark flame of death. The 2 flames stretched out from his 2 arms. With the help of the power of the Human King, the 2 flames were like his 2 arms. There was no sign of discomfort at all. He actually did it! How is this possible? What is that power that suddenly appeared? The Pearl of the Heavenly Sea's mind was in a mess. At this time, she already felt that she was going to lose the competition. In her eyes there was a gloomy killing intent. Ling Xiao, this guy, is already unstoppable. At this moment, even Ancestor Chang'e, who didn't know much about alchemy, could see that Ling Xiao was sure to win. After 5 or 6 minutes, the 2 flames gradually disappeared. Ling Xiao waved his hand, and the pill that emitted a golden light was put into the cold jade bottle by him. Ha, it's a success. That kid really succeeded. Sun Zai, you didn't forget our bet, right? This time I won. Ji Qing laughed out loud. What grade of pill did he refine? Is it stronger than the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas pill? Ji Luoyu, Dan Qing, and the other alchemists weren't that skilled, so at this moment, they still couldn't judge the grade of Ling Xiao's pill. After a while, the temperature of the pill dropped to normal. Ling Xiao took out the pill and held it in his hand. At that moment, the phenomenon formed by the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas pill was actually completely suppressed by Ling Xiao's pill. Chapter 1285. A withered tree meets spring. An iron tree blossoms. The weeds on the ground that had withered or died because of the battle also came to life. It's actually a mysterious gray pill. How is this possible? The Sky Sea Pearl thought that she would lose, but she still held on to that trace of hope. But now, the pill in Ling Xiao's hand had completely destroyed her hope. She had lost. She had completely lost. Ling Xiao had actually refined a mysterious gray pill. This was something that even she found difficult to do. A 17-year-old youth had actually done it. Was this a miracle? But why would such a miracle happen to this human? She could not accept it. Ling Xiao sat down on the white bone throne. He was tired. Too tired. He had never been so tired before. Even when he was chasing Tomohiko Kuma all night in the northern desert, he had never been so tired. A mysterious great pill. He had really refined it successfully. Even he himself was somewhat surprised. His perseverance had paid off. Although he had relied on the power of the human king and 2 divine fires, those were all his own strength. He had won fair and square. The outcome had already been revealed. There was no suspense as to who the champion would belong to. On the judging panel, Ji Qing and Ancestor Chang'e were laughing very happily. Medicine King Sun Sa's face was somewhat stiff. "I'll kill you!" Suddenly, the Sky Sea Pearl approached Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Her eyes revealed incomparable hatred. She wanted to kill this youth, this person who obstructed her from realizing her plan. The corners of Ling Xiao's mouth curled into a cold smile. It seemed that he had long expected all of this. Failure was unacceptable to the Sky Sea Pearl. Therefore, she would definitely do some irrational things after losing. And Ling Xiao was waiting for this opportunity. He wanted to throw out a hot potato. These few days he had not been idle. Besides preparing for the alchemy conference, he had also used the Mountain River Martial Spirit to perfectly duplicate the Imperial Jade Seal. He believed that unless someone had truly come into contact with the Imperial Jade Seal, they would absolutely not be able to distinguish the authenticity of these 2 items. The instant the Sky Sea Pearl pounced over, he suddenly reached out and threw out the Imperial Jade Seal. The Imperial Jade Seal was a magic treasure. Against the wind, it suddenly enlarged and smashed viciously towards the Heavenly Sea Pearl. "Ha ha ha, idiot! The Imperial Jade Seal is mine!" When the Tianhai Pearl saw the Imperial Ruler's seal, she changed her attack on Ling Xiao. Instead, she tried her best to rank above the fake Imperial Ruler's seal. Fakes were fakes. Although they could grow bigger, they weren't that powerful. With a single strike from the Heavenly Sea Pearl, the Imperial Jade Seal fell from the sky. She grabbed it in her hand and shot through the air. Things were developing too quickly. Many people were unable to react in time. This included the experts on the judging panel. When Ji Qing broke through the air in an attempt to stop the Heavenly Sea Pearl, an elite cultivator charged out from the darkness and exchanged a palm strike with him, protecting the Heavenly Sea Pearl as they disappeared. Ji Qing landed, looked at his palm, and sneered. "I didn't expect the Water Spirit Temple to send one of the 2 protectors, Protector Zhongshui, to protect this merfolk girl. I really miscalculated. That was the Imperial Jade Seal, right?" Patriarch Chang'e asked Ling Xiao anxiously. "Hateful, I didn't expect her to sneak attack me." Ling Xiao's face was naturally filled with resentment and helplessness. The Moon Maiden had already pretended to chase after them. Even if it was an act, she had to go through with it. The Moon Maiden couldn't be too calm, otherwise others wouldn't believe her. "Shameless merfolk! Shameless Water Spirit Temple! Do those guys from the Water Spirit Temple also want to establish themselves on the continent? Why did they snatch the Imperial Jade Seal passed down by our human king?" Ling Xiao knew that his plan had succeeded. The Mountain River Martial Spirit's replica looked no different from the real thing. Even if there was a flaw in his act, the item was in the hands of the Water Spirit Temple. Medicine King Sun Sa, Ji Qing, Patriarch Chang'e, and the others had all seen this. In the future, he would let the Water Spirit Temple take the hot potato. He only needed to take the real Imperial Jade Seal back to the Heavenly Dragon continent, set up the nation guarding array, and find the dead man's note inside. Perhaps after a long time, someone would discover that it was a replica. But at that time, Ling Xiao believed that his strength would be even stronger, and his ability to protect himself would also be stronger. Chase! There were people in the audience and VIP seats who left the square to chase after the Heavenly Sea Pearl. To them, although the champion of the Alchemy Conference was worth paying attention to, the Imperial Jade Seal was more worth fighting for. Patriarch Chengel, Ji Qing, and Medicine King Sun Sa also sent their subordinates to chase. The Alchemy Conference had reached its final stage. These people who cared about face naturally couldn't openly chase after the Imperial Jade Seal. Even if they were anxious, they could only wait for the results to be announced. Since the Heavenly Sea Pearl had already left, the judges appraised the works of the pharmacists who stayed behind. In the end, Patriarch Chengel announced the results. This alchemy conference has come to a successful end. The champion of the conference is the Celestial Emperor, Ling Xiao. Following his announcement, countless applause and cheers surged wildly. Many people in the audience cheered at the top of their lungs, congratulating Ling Xiao from the bottom of their hearts. For a time, the entire Changel Square became a sea of revelry. No wonder they were so excited. After all, the process of this alchemy conference was really too tortuous. The appearance of the Sea Race's Heavenly Sea Pearl stirred the hearts of everyone present. The Heavenly Sea Pearl's arrogant provocation made them furious. However, they didn't have the ability to fight back. They could only watch as the other party spoke rudely. Finally, at this moment, the young Ling Xiao appeared out of nowhere. He was like a dazzling star, completely crushing the arrogant Heavenly Sea Pearl. The first round. The second round. The third round. He won all of them. He didn't leave any face for the Sea Race. So much so that the Heavenly Sea Pearl was enraged in the end. She actually wanted to kill Ling Xiao and seize the opportunity to snatch the Imperial Jade Seal. People sympathized with Ling Xiao and were grateful to Ling Xiao. Therefore, at this moment, their cheers were mixed with too many emotions. Of course, in a sense, the appearance of the Heavenly Sea Pearl had actually made Ling Xiao successful. If not for her appearance, this would probably be an internal conflict between the land races. Even if Ling Xiao defeated Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu, it wouldn't have caused such a huge reaction. However, the Heavenly Sea Pearl was different. She had the ability to crush those pharmacists, including Dan Qing and Ji Luoyu. Only Ling Xiao had the ability to turn the tide. It was he who saved the honor of the land races. It was he who defended the dignity of the land races. The significance of this was obviously different. Moreover, under the pressure of the Heavenly Sea Pearl's powerful strength, Ling Xiao had no choice but to choose to take the risk. In the end, he broke through the shackles and refined a mysterious great elixir with his celestial realm cultivation. Ha ha ha, Sun Zan, let's not talk about the Imperial Jade Seal for now. Today, Ling Xiao has really given me a big surprise. Also, don't forget about the bet between the two of us. Ji Qing laughed. Chapter 1286. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. Once you've thought of what pill you want me to refine, come and find me. Right now, I'm going to chase after the Imperial Jade Seal. That thing definitely can't fall into the hands of the Sea Clan. Medicine King Sun Sa originally wanted to wait until after the alchemy conference to kill Ling Xiao. However, at this moment, there was something even better that attracted him, so he naturally wouldn't stay. Divine Phoenix Empire's Frost General Xiao Ji, Jade Ripple Island's Corpse Granny, and the exiled Zhang Tianda and the others were also anxious. Killing Ling Xiao was important, but how could it be compared to the Imperial Jade Seal? Of course, there were also people who disdained the Imperial Jade Seal. For example, Little Medicine King Ji Luoyu. Ling Xiao, you brat, you're too awesome! Ji Luoyu came over and fiercely smashed Ling Xiao's chest, then laughed loudly. This girl wasn't as tall as Ling Xiao, so she actually stood on her tiptoes, which made her look somewhat comical. However, her actions made Ling Xiao have a good impression of her. Compared to the hypocritical Medicine King Sun Sa, his disciple Ji Luoyu was a straightforward and sincere little girl. I've said it before, the champion is mine. Ling Xiao wasn't modest. In this matter, he had enough reason to be proud. Because in this alchemy conference, even he himself was surprised by his performance. That's right. At first I didn't believe you, but after seeing your godly alchemy skills, I admire you so much that I prostrate myself before you, Ji Luoyu said with a smile. Dan Qing obviously wasn't as free and easy as Ji Luoyu. His expression was somewhat ugly. When the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas was here, he could vent his hostility and hatred on that Sea Clan woman. However, after the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas left, the only target he was unhappy with was Ling Xiao alone. Although he was shocked by Ling Xiao, he was unwilling to accept it no matter what. Ling Xiao, remember this. My cultivation is stronger than yours, so the pills I can refine will definitely be better than yours. This time you are lucky. Just wait, I will soon break through the rank of profound level alchemist. At that time, I will let you know how powerful I am. Even though he had lost so badly that he didn't even have his underwear left, Dan Qing still refused to admit defeat. This wasn't an admirable character. When a person was so arrogant that he forgot to be humble, then he was not far from being finished. Even someone as arrogant as Ling Xiao would act humble and low-key in front of some people. When it was time to admit defeat, he didn't know how to act tough. Let me give you a word of advice. Out of 3 people, there is always one who can learn from me. Don't think too highly of yourself. Otherwise, let alone the next time, you will never be able to reach my level, let alone surpass me. Ling Xiao looked at Dan Qing with disdain. He couldn't be bothered to make friends with this kind of person. Although the cheers were still echoing, Ling Xiao didn't have the mood to stay. He didn't like crowds. He went to the Changle Patriarch to receive the rewards for this time's championship, the Moon Stone and other things. Of course, the Moon Stone was the most important thing. This was for the Moon Maiden. However, Ling Xiao didn't get any benefits. He could consume the Heavenly Abode elixir that he had refined using the materials given by the Changle Celestial Island. The Heavenly Abode elixir was originally for Heavenly Abode realm martialists. However, Ling Xiao's physique was different from that of ordinary people. In addition, he had the Mountain River martial soul. There wouldn't be any problem for him to consume it directly. After returning to Yunya's residence, Ling Xiao and the Moon Maiden chose to go into seclusion. This time, I must use this Heavenly Abode elixir to break through to the half-step Heavenly Abode realm. Ling Xiao held the elixir in his hand, took a deep breath, and made up his mind. Although he had obtained a great victory in this alchemy conference, the flaw in his cultivation had caused him to be restrained in every way. This was something that he was extremely unhappy about. Qi. Within his body, the power of the Scarlet Sun began to fight against the Heavenly Abode elixir. This battle was a continuous, high-intensity collision. It seemed as if a storm was brewing in the Mountain River realm. However, with every collision, a mellow power would surge out of the Heavenly Abode elixir and enter Ling Xiao's body frantically. When it collided with his soul, meridians, and body, Ling Xiao felt as if his body was about to split apart. This kind of pain was something that he had to endure. After all, the Heavenly Abode elixir wasn't something that a person of his cultivation level should use. Since he wanted to use it, he had to pay a price. Ling Xiao endured the pain as he activated the true Samadhi fire and the dark flames of death. Together with the power of the Scarlet Sun, he suppressed the Heavenly Abode elixir. Even more energy was released from it, and rushed through Ling Xiao's body like a stampede of horses. About 2 days had passed. Ling Xiao hadn't drunk a single drop of water, but his body didn't show any signs of fatigue or tiredness. The Heavenly Abode elixir's medicinal effects were too strong. The physical strength and energy he had expended were replenished in an instant. In these 2 days, relying on the 2 divine fires and the power of the Scarlet Sun, he had completely melted the Heavenly Abode elixir. However, melting the elixir was only the first step. The violent medicinal power was rampaging through his body, and it was very likely that it would be dangerous. Good heavens! It's really worthy of being called a mysterious great elixir. Although it's only the lowest mysterious grade low level and isn't perfect, the medicinal effects are already so strong. If it weren't for my special physique, I'm afraid I would have exploded. Ling Xiao lamented in his heart, but at the same time, he was also ecstatic. He calculated that his cultivation level should be able to steadily advance to the half-step heavenly abode realm after these powers were completely merged with him. It had only been 2 days, and he was already at the pinnacle of the 10 directions heaven. However, only a small part of the heavenly abode elixir's energy had been merged. Although it would be more difficult to advance beyond the level, he believed that the remaining power would be enough. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao released his soul power and began to control and guide the fierce power into his 9 cauldrons' heavenly veins, and began to form a heavenly abode. Transforming the heavenly veins into a heavenly abode was another great improvement. However, it wasn't something that every martial artist could do. Countless martial artists could only stay at the sky-human realm for their entire lives. They couldn't even enter the half-step heavenly abode realm, let alone the heavenly abode realm. Ling Xiao had released the sword realm before, so he treated it as his first heavenly abode realm. After all, with experience, it would be easier to condense. Time continued to pass. However, Ling Xiao's heart was as firm as a rock. No matter how fierce the power in his body was, it wasn't a problem under the combination of his tenacious will and strong soul power. He had already suffered a lot in his life. So this time, it was nothing to him at all. Although he felt like his body was being torn apart in the process of removing the heavenly veins and condensing the sword realm, there were a few times when he almost chose to give up. However, in the end, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Chapter 1287. Another 7 days passed, and Ling Xiao's body underwent earth-shattering changes. The originally violent medicinal energy was almost completely absorbed. And where his vein of the heavens was, a blinding ball of energy appeared. This ball of energy was the core of the heavenly abode domain. Through the ball of energy, one could see that inside the heavenly abode domain, other than a large amount of sharp sword energy, there were also 9 giant bronze cauldrons. 9 cauldrons sword domain! Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. The ball of energy flashed and formed a sword domain that was several meters wide. However, this sword domain was not very similar to the one he used before. The one before only had sword energy and only had attack. But now, it had the blessing of the 9 cauldrons. It had powerful defensive abilities and a special suppressive effect. At this moment, he had successfully broken through the shackles of the 10 directions heaven realm and successfully entered the embryonic stage of the half-step heavenly abode realm. After breaking through to the embryonic stage of the half-step heavenly abode realm, Ling Xiao spent almost half a month to stabilize his cultivation. When he came out, the city of Sin had been turned upside down. Because of the imperial ruler's seal, this place had become the focus of all the major forces. Ling Xiao was actually a little glad that he found a scapegoat and gave the fake imperial ruler's seal to the Sky Sea Pearl. Otherwise, the Moon Maiden and the others would have died of exhaustion. Even if they could protect him, they would have been covered in wounds. That choice was very wise. When Ling Xiao came out, the Moon Maiden was still in seclusion. He found Cold Plum and asked about the recent situation in the City of Sin. "Master, the City of Sin is in a mess right now. The Emerald Ripple Island, the Divine Phoenix Empire, the Black Crow Empire, and many other small countries have sent their elites. What's most shocking is that the 5 Immortal Islands, the Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, the Black Water Immortal Island, the Black Crystal Immortal Island, the Unsullied Immortal Island, and the Green Jade Immortal Island have all sent their elites. In addition to the people who stayed here before, it's simply chaotic," Cold Plum replied. "And the most troublesome thing right now is that the City of Sin can only be entered but not exited. It's completely surrounded. 2 days ago, I heard that the Pearl of the Sky Seas and the Water God Shrine's experts appeared. It seems like they're also in hiding right now, unable to leave. TSK. I didn't expect the Imperial Jade Seal to be so powerful. Luckily, I made a decision early on. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. I guess the Heavenly Sea Pearl is regretting it now, Ling Xiao said with a playful smile. If she regrets it, she should hand over the Imperial ruler's seal. The reason why she hasn't handed it over now is definitely because she's hoping for a fluke. After all, that thing is too precious. Regardless of whether it's its symbolic meaning or the human king's notes hidden within it, it has a fatal attraction. At some point, Princess Yunya also appeared and said with a smile, "You didn't look for him?" Ling Xiao asked with a smile. "I'm not interested in that thing because it can kill people." Princess Yunya shook her head. It was impossible to say that she wasn't interested in it at all. However, this woman was really smart and honest. Now, the city of Sin was in turmoil. With so many experts gathered here, even the alchemy conference wasn't as sensational. If she jumped out, wouldn't she be looking for death? Haha, you're smart. Ling Xiao smiled, and then he stood up and said, "Ling Mei, let's go take a look outside and observe the situation first. Now that I've come out of closed-door cultivation, I reckon Sister Moon Maiden will come out of closed-door cultivation soon as well. We can't just stay here forever, right?" "Yes, Master." The two said goodbye to Yunya and stepped out of the mansion. At the same time, in an abandoned temple at the edge of the city of Sin, the Pearl of the Sky Seas was panting heavily. There were many injuries on her body, and her face was extremely gloomy. Beside her, there was a powerful cultivator. It was Protector Zhongshui, who had been sent by the Water God Shrine to protect her. This person was a Yinyang realm cultivator, but he had been chased to the point where he had to hide everywhere. He had also suffered many injuries. The two of them hid here and were still in a constant state of anxiety. "We can't go on like this. We have to find out the secret of the Imperial Jade Seal as soon as possible, or find a way to leave the city of Sin. Or else, even I will be chased to death." Protector Zhongshui frowned. He was not in a good mood. Back then, when the Pearl of the Sky Seas took the Imperial Jade Seal from Ling Xiao, he was quite happy. He felt that even though he couldn't kill Ling Xiao this time, getting the Imperial Jade Seal was still a great achievement. When he returned, he would definitely be rewarded. But what happened next gave him and the Pearl of the Sky Seas a headache. First, they were chased by the Moon Maiden, who forced them to leave the city of Sin. Then, they became rats that everyone wanted to kill. The entire city of Sin was surrounded by forces from all directions. Especially since the Alchemy Conference had attracted too many experts. They formed an effective blockade in a short period of time. Including the King of Medicine, Sun Sa, Ji Qing, and Elder Cham Le. None of them were easy to deal with. In order to avoid these people's attacks, he and the Pearl of the Sky Seas were covered in injuries. "Someone's coming." Just as he was studying the Imperial Jade Seal, he suddenly heard rustling footsteps from outside. It seemed that more than 10 people were walking in this direction. At the same time, he heard voices. "There's a rundown temple here. There's a strong smell of blood. I wonder if the Pearl of the Sky Seas is hiding in there. Let's go in and take a look." The one who spoke was Green Wave Island's corpse granny. "But Vice Island Master, the Pearl of the Sky Seas has Protector Zhongshui by her side. I'm afraid we're not her match. Let's wait for the Island Master to come." A slightly worried voice spoke. "Nonsense. That Protector Zhongshui is already heavily injured. So what if he's a Yinyang realm expert? With me here, what are you afraid of? Let's go in." The corpse granny was very domineering. Moreover, she was determined to obtain the Imperial Jade Seal. She didn't want the Island Master of Green Wave Island to obtain it, so she definitely wouldn't ask for help. Moreover, she had personally seen Protector Zhongshui being injured. A Yinyang realm expert was indeed powerful, but if he was injured, she could still take advantage of him. In the rundown temple, Protector Zhongshui revealed a sinister smile and indicated for the Pearl of the Sky Seas not to move. Since these people wanted to court death, he didn't mind venting his anger. He had had enough of hiding from place to place. He needed to find someone to vent his anger. The corpse granny and a dozen people from Green Wave Island entered the rundown temple. At this moment, Protector Zhongshui actually pretended to be heavily injured. He looked fiercely at the corpse granny and roared. Today, even if I fall in your hands, I'll drag you down with me. He was indeed injured. Therefore, a frontal attack might not be able to kill the corpse granny, a peak grotto heaven realm expert. Therefore, he pretended to be heavily injured and lured the corpse granny in front of him. Then, he would launch a sneak attack. This way, the efficiency would be higher. Chapter 1288. Hee, Protector Zhongshui of the Water God Temple, I didn't expect you to have such a day. Quickly hand over the Imperial Jade Seal, and I can spare your life out of kindness. Corpse Granny was extremely cautious and cunning. Although she had entered the temple, she didn't approach Protector Zhongshui. She had been standing in the best position to escape. I don't have the Imperial Jade Seal, but I do have your life. If you dare to touch me today, you will become an enemy of the Water God Temple. Even the Emerald Wave Island can't protect you, Protector Zhongshui said coldly. Idiot, once I get the Imperial Jade Seal, I will naturally escape. As long as you are all dead, who will know that I have it? Corpse Granny sneered. Then she looked at the disciples of the Emerald Wave Island and said, Go and take their storage rings. The disciples of the Emerald Wave Island were not stupid and didn't want to die. But the problem was that Corpse Granny was ruthless. Black gas was released from her body and instantly rushed into the bodies of those disciples. Those people staggered as if they had lost their souls. They walked toward Protector Zhongshui and the Sky Sea Pearl like walking corpses. Damn, what a cunning old woman! Protector Zhongshui had pretended to be seriously injured in an attempt to sneak attack Corpse Granny. Now that he saw the situation, he couldn't pretend anymore. His face turned cold. Suddenly, several streams of water were released from his body like ropes. The pitiful disciples of the Emerald Wave Island were pierced by the seemingly weak streams of water and died on the spot. Old thing, you are not seriously injured? Corpse Granny frowned. She wanted to leave, but she was reluctant. Although the disciples of the Emerald Wave Island were killed, those disciples were only in the Heaven Realm. She was a top powerhouse in the Grotto Heaven Realm. She might not be afraid of Protector Zhongshui. After a moment of hesitation, the disciples of the Emerald Wave Island turned into water and were sucked into Protector Zhongshui's body. Ha ha! It's really a great tonic. Protector Zhongshui laughed heartily. The disciples of Jade Wave Island mostly had the gentle water attribute. Once he absorbed it, he would feel pretty good. Only then did Corpse Granny realize that something was wrong. She leaped and fled, but Protector Zhongshui slammed her into the wall and was seriously injured on the spot. Old thing, don't you want the Imperial Jade Seal? Why are you in a hurry to leave? Protector Zhongshui stood up and walked towards Corpse Granny. However, at this moment, a shout suddenly sounded from outside. Protector Zhongshui, hand over the Imperial Jade Seal and I'll spare your life. Damn it, this Sun Saw is really haunting me. When Protector Zhongshui heard this voice, his expression immediately changed. He grabbed the Heavenly Sea Pearl and fled out of the dilapidated temple. There weren't many people he was afraid of in the City of Sin, but the Medicine King Sun Saw was one of them. That guy was too hard to deal with. Phew! Hearing that Medicine King Sun Saw had chased after Protector Zhongshui, Corpse Granny let out a sigh of relief. She hurriedly sat down cross-legged and prepared to heal her injuries. At this moment, footsteps could be heard from outside the temple. A man and a woman came in. Vice Island Master! When the two of them saw Corpse Granny, they were shocked. When Corpse Granny saw the two of them, her face lit up with joy as she said, So it's you two? They were the disciples of Emerald Wave Island. One of them was the famous Rose Sword Situhung Yen. Although the other person wasn't very famous, she was still one of the top 5 talents of Emerald Wave Island. I was ambushed by a thief just now. I'm seriously injured. Come over and help me heal. Corpse Granny looked at the two of them and said. Situhung Yen hesitated for a moment and didn't go over. The other person didn't hesitate to go over and try to help. However, at this moment, a black energy spurted out from Corpse Granny's mouth and enveloped the Emerald Wave Island disciple. After a moment, that person's body shriveled up like a mummy. Situ Hongyan's expression suddenly changed. Vice Island Master, what are you doing? What am I doing? Can't you see? If you don't want to end up like him, go out and get me a few living people. It's best if they're Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. If not, half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists will do. Corpse Granny sneered. At this moment, she was seriously injured and Situ Hongyan was far away. It was really difficult to attack Situ Hongyan, so she had to think of another way. Situ Hongyan was just about to speak when a noise came from outside the ruined temple. Hee, your luck is not bad, little girl. 2 fat lambs have delivered themselves to our doorstep. Stand to the side and help me sneak attack them. Corpse Granny reminded. Disciple obeys. Although Situ Hongyan didn't like Corpse Granny's behavior, she didn't care if Corpse Granny killed other martial artists. As long as it wasn't an Emerald Wave Island martial artist. At the thought of this, she quickly hid behind the door and screamed. Help! Outside the door, Ling Xiao and Cold Plum had just arrived. They followed the smell of blood and suddenly heard the cry for help. They looked at each other and didn't move. Master, I'm afraid there's a trap. Well, but we have to go in and take a look. I just saw Corpse Granny enter the ruined temple. This guy has been thinking about killing me. If there's a chance, let's get rid of her first. Ling Xiao nodded and a sneer appeared on his face. Others thought he knew nothing about the situation in the ruined temple, but he saw it clearly. As he spoke, he had already stepped into the ruined temple. As soon as he entered, a cold light flashed from behind the door and attacked his neck. However, this person didn't seem to want to kill him, but to hold him hostage. So Ling Xiao didn't do anything and let the other party put a long sword on his neck. He wanted to see what the situation was first, and then proceed to the next step of the plan. The person who attacked him wasn't very strong. They were both half-step Grotto Heaven Realm, but they were only at the mature stage. Hee, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be you and the little girl beside you. Corpse Granny showed a proud smile. She knew that Cold Plum beside Ling Xiao wasn't easy to deal with. However, Ling Xiao was held hostage by Situ Hongyan, so the other party would be cautious. Of course, she was proud. Corpse Granny? What do you want? The Imperial Jade Seal is no longer in my hands. Ling Xiao asked with a frown. Hee, are you afraid? Although the Imperial Jade Seal is no longer in your hands, the enmity between you and our Green Wave Island has yet to be resolved. You have killed so many people from Green Wave Island, and you want to let it go so easily? Corpse Granny sneered. You want revenge? Then you should have said so earlier. I'm afraid you can't kill me. Although Ling Xiao was held hostage, he was very calm. This made Corpse Granny and Situ Hongyan frown. Let me give you a piece of advice. Those people who died in Jade Wave Island deserved it. Don't think about revenge. Otherwise, I will make your Jade Wave Island completely disappear from the Divine Phoenix continent. Ling Xiao said coldly. The current Ling Xiao was fully qualified to say such words. He represented not only himself, but the huge heavenly empire. Chapter 1289. Who are you trying to scare? Do you think you're great just because you won the alchemy conference? Bah! So what if I kill you today? Although the Moon Lady is powerful, it's not that easy to catch up with me. Corpse Grandma said disdainfully. You can try. I sincerely hope you don't be stupid, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Hongyan, what are you waiting for? Corpse Grandma ordered. But Vice Island Master, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. The Island Master also warned us not to make enemies with Ling Xiao for the time being. Situ Hongyan hesitated. Idiot, he just killed your senior brother. Didn't you see it? And he used an extremely cruel, evil technique. If this guy doesn't die, you will, Corpse Grandma said coldly. Hey, I haven't even seen this senior brother, and you want to blame his life on me? Ling Xiao said helplessly. Anyway, aren't you not afraid of our Emerald Wave Island? You've already killed so many people. What's one more life? Corpse Grandma snorted. I killed him. I won't deny it. But if anyone wants to make me a scapegoat, that's impossible. Ling Xiao shook his head and said clearly. He, it doesn't matter if you admit it or not. I was healing here, and the two of them were guarding me. In the end, one of them was killed by your evil technique. Fortunately, Hongyan was clever and didn't get killed. This is the truth. Corpse Grandma said shamelessly. Situ Hongyan didn't say anything, but she felt her face burning. Naturally, not everyone in Emerald Wave Island was shameless. For example, although Situ Hongyan didn't know Ling Xiao, she didn't care if Ling Xiao was killed. However, Corpse Grandma killed someone herself, but she wanted to blame this person. She suddenly felt that her Vice Island master was really shameless. Situ Hongyan, don't you want to avenge your senior brother? Don't tell me you want to watch the person who killed your senior brother be so proud of himself? Corpse Grandma said coldly. Could it be that you intend to collude with him and wallow in the mire with him? TSK. Today, I've finally witnessed the shamelessness of the Deputy Island Master of Emerald Ripple Island. Not only did he cheat outsiders, he even cheated his own people. Ling Xiao clicked his tongue and sighed. Situ Hongyan, you have to think clearly. You have a great future in Emerald Wave Island. Do you want to ruin your future for an outsider? Corpse Grandma's voice turned cold. Situ Hongyan looked at Ling Xiao with cold killing intent in her eyes. In the end, she still did not want to become the enemy of Jade Wave Island for an outsider. After all, she knew that the Corpse Granny had too much authority on Jade Ripple Island. So what if she misrepresented a deer and distorted the truth? In any case, there were still people willing to listen to her. This was the terrifying reality. You really want to kill me? Ling Xiao asked. You killed my senior brother, and you want to kill me. Why can't I kill you? Situ Hongyan became cold. Well said. As expected of a disciple of my Emerald Wave Island. Corpse Grandma laughed. Sigh, after all the choices, you actually chose the stupidest path. Ling Xiao sighed. You don't have the right to say that. Today, I want to see how strong Ling Xiao, who is known as the Devil of Sin City, is. Situ Hongyan suddenly pulled her sword, trying to tear Ling Xiao's throat open. However, when the sword in her hand moved, Ling Xiao's body had already disappeared. When he reappeared, he was more than 10 meters away. What? Situ Hongyan was stunned for a moment, and muttered to herself. I am the Rose Sword of Emerald Wave Island. I'm ranked second only to Emerald Wave Sword Mo.com. Even the 10 great phoenixes of the Divine Phoenix Empire, and the 7 demons of the Black Crow Empire dare not underestimate me. Your movement technique is good, but you are still not my opponent. Kill yourself? Kill myself? Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment, and had the urge to laugh. This Situ Hongyan was not weak. She was much weaker than the one who was ranked last among the 10 great phoenixes. Was she ignorant, or was she simply too conceited? Thinking about that Mo Xiaoyu, he was also like this. It seemed that the martial artists on this island were not good enough. Their vision was too narrow, and they did not know how terrifying the outside world was. What? You don't want to? Situ Hongyan said coldly. This woman was obviously not pretending. She really thought that she was much stronger than Ling Xiao. Even the aura she exuded was high and mighty. Of course I don't want to. Ling Xiao smiled. His feet trembled slightly, and his figure disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Corpse Grandma. He disdained to fight with Situ Hongyan because she was no match for him. Brat, you are courting death! Corpse Grandma was shocked. She never expected that Ling Xiao would dare to attack her in such a situation. But an expert was an expert after all. In an instant, the crutch in her hand blasted out. Black smoke filled the air, and countless black skeleton shadows flew out. Which one was real and which one was fake? It was difficult for ordinary martial artists to judge. However, her trick was not worth mentioning in front of Ling Xiao. The sword in his hand flashed. The shadow sword suddenly stabbed out. Chi, little beast! Corpse Grandma retreated quickly. There was no other way. After being seriously injured, the power of her attack was sharply reduced. She could not even block Ling Xiao's sword. Although she avoided the attack, her right hand holding the crutch had been invaded by Ling Xiao's sword Qi. Although her arm was not crippled, the crutch fell to the ground. Hiding more than 10 meters away, Corpse Grandma's face was gloomy to the extreme. She was clearly a top powerhouse in the Grotto Heaven realm, but facing a mere Ling Xiao, she was so passive. This made her very unhappy. Ling Xiao, this guy, was ruthless. He hit her weakness with one move, making her completely unable to resist. At this time, Situ Hongyan was already standing in front of Corpse Grandma, trying to block Ling Xiao's pursuit. However, Ling Xiao did not pursue. Instead, he showed a disdainful smile and said, Situ Hongyan, right? Your arrogance is useless. I can stab Corpse Grandma in front of you. I can even kill her in front of you, and you can't do anything. Situ Hongyan did not say anything. Since leaving the island, this was the first time she was lectured by someone younger than her. However, she had nothing to say. Ling Xiao's attack was not only strange, but also powerful. She knew that she could not block it. As expected of the Celestial Emperor, the devil of the City of Sin. It seems that the rumors outside are true. You are indeed much more powerful than I thought. Situ Hongyan finally opened her mouth, but it was sincere praise. You are exaggerating. I am just a very ordinary person, Ling Xiao said lightly. Ordinary person? Situ Hongyan smiled bitterly in her heart. If you are an ordinary person, then what am I? Am I not even an ordinary person? How about it? After seeing my ability, do you still want to help that old witch? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Chapter 1290. Ling Xiao had a good impression of Situ Hongyan, so he didn't want to kill her. But if this woman was stubborn, then he didn't plan to hold back. Since others were courting death, if he didn't let her die, wouldn't he be letting her down? I won't make a move. Situ Hongyan was very wise. Of course, don't misunderstand. I'm not afraid of you. I just feel that it's not worth it to make a move for that old witch. These were her heartfelt words. If the corpse granny was a great person, then even if she knew that she was no match for him, she would still fight with Ling Xiao. Even if she died in battle, she would be willing to do so. But this was not the case. The corpse granny was despicable and shameless to the extreme. She couldn't even think of making a move for this person. That's a smart choice. You can leave now, but she can't leave. Ling Xiao could let Situ Hongyan go because they wouldn't become enemies. But the corpse granny was different. With such a good opportunity to kill the corpse granny, he would never give it up. Ling Xiao, you just said that it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. This old woman knows that she was wrong and shouldn't have framed you. This old woman intends to repent and never find trouble with you in the future. Can you let this old woman leave? At this moment, the corpse granny suddenly said. Blood was still flowing on her arm, but the smile on her face was full of flattery. This woman actually knew how to beg others. You know that you were wrong? Ha ha ha, I didn't expect you old witch to know that you were wrong. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old child? If you weren't seriously injured, if Situ Hongyan didn't choose to leave, would you be so obedient as to beg for mercy? Ling Xiao sneered disdainfully. Are you thinking that when your injuries are healed, you must kill me so that others won't see your ugly appearance today? Situ Hongyan looked at Ling Xiao with a bit of admiration in her eyes. She also wanted to be like Ling Xiao, who didn't fear power and could openly scold a shameless person like the corpse granny. Unfortunately, she wasn't Ling Xiao after all, and she really couldn't do that. How could that be? Corpse granny didn't want to admit it, but her thoughts were exactly as Ling Xiao thought. Today, she had lowered her head because she was seriously injured and could not defeat Ling Xiao. However, once her injuries were healed, she would definitely not let Ling Xiao go. This was her truest thought. Why bother, corpse granny? You were so mighty just now, but now you're lowering your voice. Don't you feel ashamed? Ling Xiao smiled and said, You hate me so much that you want to kill me. I also want to kill you. Why don't we fight fair and square? You may not lose to me. Ling Xiao, whatever you want, as long as I can get it, I'll give it to you. Including Situ Hongyan, I think you have some ideas about her. Moreover, after you have her, you can play with her as you wish, and you won't have to bear any responsibility. How about that? Corpse Granny took another step back. The smile on her face was very ugly, and the words coming out of her mouth were even more unpleasant. At this time, she didn't dare to fight with Ling Xiao, not to mention that Cold Plum was beside Ling Xiao. Even at her peak, she couldn't defeat Cold Plum, not to mention that she was seriously injured now. Therefore, no matter how shameless she was, she had to survive. She had to save her own life first, and nothing else mattered. Corpse Granny, although I, Situ Hongyan, am a disciple of Emerald Ripple Island, I'm not your tool. I can't serve whoever you want me to. If you say that again, I'll kill you. Situ Hongyan was so angry that her face flushed red and her breathing became rapid. She wasn't humiliated by the legendary devil, but she was humiliated by her own people. This made her feel very painful and sad. You old thing, you're really hopeless. Even if we didn't have a grudge, I must kill you today. Ling Zhao's sword intent broke through the air and his voice was filled with extremely strong killing intent. As long as this Corpse Granny was alive, she was simply a scourge. Who knew how many innocent people would be killed by her? Kill me? Are you willing to do that? Just as Ling Xiao was about to make his move, two skeletal hands suddenly stretched out from the ground and grabbed Situ Hongyan, pulling her towards Corpse Granny. He, Situ Hongyan, if you don't want to save me, I can only use you as a shield. Corpse Granny revealed a ferocious smile and then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Do you feel bad? It's useless to feel bad. Let me tell you, if you don't let me go today, then I'll kill this delicate flower. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Is there something wrong with this person's head? Something wrong with your head? Situ Hongyan is a disciple of Emerald Ripple Island. You're using her to threaten me? Did I hear it wrong, or did you say it wrong? After a moment, he couldn't help but ask with a smile. Situ Hongyan was not surprised, but she was a little regretful. The reason why she was not surprised was that she already knew Corpse Granny's character. It was not surprising that she would do such a thing. The reason why she regretted it was that she was too careless. She had been wary of this old thing before, but because she wanted to protect this old thing, she was too close to her and had no chance to avoid it. She never thought that Ling Xiao would save her. As Ling Xiao said, she was a disciple of Emerald Ripple Island. Ling Xiao had nothing to do with her. Why would he save her? And let a big enemy go because of this? Was this worth it? No matter how she thought about it, this deal was not worth it. But she still had a glimmer of fantasy. She heard that Ling Xiao had many confidants around him, and they were all dead set on Ling Xiao. Not because of anything else, but because Ling Xiao was willing to face powerful enemies for these women, and he would never back down. As the saying goes, beauties love heroes. Situ Hongyan was no exception. Even if she did not think that Ling Xiao would like her, she was still looking forward to Ling Xiao helping her because she was a woman. Of course, this was just a glimmer of expectation. This expectation was a little illusory, a little ethereal, and too unreal. She is a disciple of our Emerald Ripple Island, but such a delicate flower. Are you really willing to watch her die in the hands of a shameless person like me? Corpse Granny sneered. She actually admitted that she was shameless, which was worthy of praise. As she spoke, the black gas released from her body had wrapped around Situ Hongyan. Situ Hongyan's blood and heavenly elemental energy could be seen flowing into Corpse Granny's body along with the black gas. This old thing cultivated immemorial witchcraft. It was unknown how evil it was. Whether she withered or not, what does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao still said the same sentence, and then without any intention of stopping, the shadow sword in his hand stabbed straight at Corpse Granny. Even if Situ Hongyan was in front of Corpse Granny. At this moment, Situ Hongyan was a little disappointed. But she did not hate Ling Xiao. She was even a little grateful to Ling Xiao. Dying under Ling Xiao's sword was better than dying under Corpse Granny's witchcraft. Chapter 1291. Situ Hongyan closed her eyes and waited for the moment of death to arrive. However, she did not feel any pain for a long time. When she opened her eyes, she found herself lying in Ling Xiao's arms. Corpse Grandma's right arm had been completely cut off. Why? Situ Hongyan was extremely confused. It's very simple. The more I don't care about you, the more she doesn't dare to use you as a shield. At the critical moment, she threw you to me in an attempt to delay my attack. Ling Xiao said faintly. Unfortunately, she seems to have forgotten that I didn't come alone. That's right, the one who cut off Corpse Grandma's right arm was Cold Plum. Old witch, you should have persevered. To be honest, I really don't want such a beautiful woman to die in your dirty hands. Unfortunately, you don't have the guts. In the end, it was all for naught. Ling Xiao revealed a sneer and said faintly, You're a cunning little beast. At this moment, Corpse Grandma almost fell into despair. However, in the next moment, an excited expression appeared on her face again. Ling Xiao knew what she was happy about. Because someone had come. And it was not just one person. The aura of these people was exactly the same as the aura of Emerald Wave Island's disciples. Situ Hongyan frowned. She did not know why, but when the people of Emerald Wave Island came, she did not feel happy at all. Instead, she felt a little uneasy. Corpse Grandma was the deputy island master of Emerald Wave Island, but she killed her senior brother, and even used her to threaten Ling Xiao. This made her feel very bad. However, Ling Xiao, who was clearly just an outsider, was willing to save her life. She knew that Ling Xiao would not fall in love with her. He just felt that it was a pity for her to die. It was even more of a pity to die in the hands of Corpse Grandma. But saving her was saving. At the critical moment, it was so clear who was a friend and who was an enemy. Sure enough, rumors did not represent everything. Ling Xiao was rumored to be a guy who did not recognize his own family. Ling Xiao, hurry up and leave. The one who came is the other Vice Island Master of Emerald Ripple Island, Monkley. His strength is on par with Corpse Granny. You are no match for him. Go, I will handle this matter. Situ Hongyan was not Corpse Granny. At this critical moment, she still stood on Ling Xiao's side. You want to leave? It's too late. Just as the voice arrived, the person was already standing beside Corpse Granny for a moment. This person's speed was faster than the speed of sound. Not a single hair grew on his bald head. However, no one dared to laugh at him. With his powerful strength, whoever dared to laugh at him would be courting death. Looking at this person, Ling Xiao lightly sighed. Even though Jade Ripple Island was said to be on par with Divine Phoenix Empire, in reality, their strength was clearly inferior. The two Vice Island Masters weren't Yin-Yang Realm experts. They couldn't compare to Divine Phoenix Empire in this aspect. A small island was a small island. The Five Immortals Island might be really powerful, but the Piping Island and Jade Wave Island of the Seven Martial Ancestor Island did not seem to be as powerful as imagined. Of course, even so, they were still in existence second only to the two great empires. They could barely be considered on the same level. This bald person should be the other Vice Island Master of Jade Ripple Island that Situ Hongyan mentioned, Sengli. Not long after, more people arrived at the ruined temple. Among them, there were actually two Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Although they were only at the initial stage of the Grotto Heaven Realm, the Grotto Heaven Realm was the Grotto Heaven Realm. There was no doubt about this. Their strength was even more unquestionable. As for the rest, the weakest cultivation was at least a 7-star Heaven Realm martial artist. This could be considered a group of elites of Jade Ripple Island. Compared to the people led by Corpse Granny last time, they were obviously stronger. What happened, Corpse Granny? Simli looked at the corpse of the Jade Ripple Island disciple that had been sucked dry, then looked at the heavily injured Corpse Granny and asked, Do I need to say it? I found the heavily injured protector Zhongshui here. Who knew that old thing was cunning and actually faked it? I was injured by his sneak attack and had no choice but to recuperate here. Later, Situ and this disciple came together, so I ordered them to protect me. Who knew that this little bastard Ling Xiao would come and insist on killing me? Our pitiful disciple actually had his life force sucked dry by his demonic technique and turned into a withered corpse. Corpse Granny's words, even a slightly smarter person would not believe it. Singli naturally would not believe it. However, he would definitely not expose it, and would firmly stand on Corpse Granny's side. The rest of the Jade Ripple Island disciples were the same. Those who could see through it would not expose it because Corpse Granny was a member of their Jade Ripple Island. Those who could not see through it would naturally support Corpse Granny. After all, Ling Xiao was their Jade Ripple Island's enemy. At this time, they were staring at Ling Xiao with eyes full of killing intent, as if they could not wait to cut Ling Xiao into 1,000 pieces. However, in this world, there were always those who were more maverick, and these people might be hated. However, they lived according to their own hearts and did not follow what others said. For example, Situ Hongyan was like this. Ling Xiao saved her life. For an outsider to be willing to save her, this was enough to move her. She clearly knew the truth but did not say it. She would never do such a dirty and shameless thing. Vice Island Master Singli, Corpse Granny's words cannot be believed. Although she is not the Vice Island Master, she is full of lies and is extremely shameless. Not only did she kill senior brother, she even used my life to threaten Ling Xiao. Even I find this kind of thing strange, but she is not embarrassed at all. Situ Hongyan spoke. In exchange, she was stunned. Even Ling Xiao looked at her with some surprise. In fact, at this time, she could have remained silent. However, she did not do so. Too childish, too naive. Ling Xiao shook his head, but then smiled. But I like this kind of person. A balloon full of lies, no one dared to say it out loud, and no one dared to poke it. However, Situ Hongyan did it. She pierced the balloon that was said to be the sun, which naturally caused a shock. Granny Corpse sneered and said, "Little girl, could it be that you've fallen in love with this Ling Xiao? Otherwise, why would you slander him like this? I'm the Vice Island Master of Emerald Ripple Island, your senior and master. I know you're pure and kind, but you shouldn't be so easily fooled by a few sweet words from Ling Xiao, right? You said I used you to threaten Ling Xiao? Don't you think it's ridiculous? What is your relationship with Ling Xiao? Me holding you hostage? Do you think I am an idiot?" Corpse Granny's words were righteous, as if she was really a pure white lotus. Even Singli was a little disgusted. After all, Singli understood Corpse Granny's character. However, at this moment, even though he knew this, he still could not refute Corpse Granny. Instead, he coldly looked at Situ Hongyan and said, "This is nonsense. The dignified Rose Sword of Emerald Wave Island wants to stand on the opposite side of Emerald Wave Island and speak for a villain. Have all the teachings of the sect been eaten by dogs?" Chapter 1292. Disciple is just telling the truth. Corpse Granny is vicious and shameless. Can't Disciple even speak? Situ Hongyan said lightly. In fact, she was not simple or naive. She knew very well that Jade Wave Island would not support what she said. But she had to say it. Because this was her conscience. Come, take her away and watch her strictly. Don't let her continue to talk nonsense. Sungli did not wait for Situ Hongyan to finish speaking. With a wave of his hand, a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist came out and took Situ Hongyan away. Situ Hongyan did not resist, but she was a little disappointed. She stared at Sungli and said, "Although Disciple does not know what Vice Island Master is thinking, it is unwise to offend Ling Xiao now. Moreover, it is shameless to shift the blame of your own family's scandal to others. Disciple remembers that you once said that shameless people will have retribution. Aren't you afraid? Take her away." Singli waved his hand and did not answer Situ Hongyan's words. Because he could not answer. Teaching disciples was one thing, but whether or not he could do it was another. He felt that this rose sword was still too naive. Corpse Granny's face raised a smug smile. Who was she? She was the Vice Island Master of Jade Wave Island, one of the 2 top Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. Not to mention that she just killed an insignificant Jade Wave Island disciple. Even if she turned 100 Jade Wave Island disciples into zombies or skeletons, Jade Wave Island would not say anything. She had done this kind of thing before. Not only did Xingli know, but even the island master knew. Even 1,000 or 10,000 ordinary disciples could not compare to her combat strength. Jade Wave Island needed her, so they would not deal with her. If she couldn't even see through this, then Situ Hongyan would be too stupid. From the beginning, there was only one conclusion to this matter. Ling Xiao did evil, Situ Hongyan was used, good and evil could not be distinguished, and she, Corpse Granny, was a pure white lotus without any stain. This was the reality. Not only Jade Wave Island, but all the major forces in the mystic world had them. This was not a secret, but a consensus. Xingli's indifferent gaze fell on Ling Xiao. In his pupils there was a strong killing intent. Surround them, don't let them escape. At his command, the people of Emerald Ripple Island surrounded Ling Xiao and Ling Mei. They did not even let go of the people above them. Ling Xiao, our island master didn't want to make an enemy out of you because you are young and ignorant. He even specifically instructed us not to cause trouble for you, but you really don't know what's good for you. You don't repent and have repeatedly attacked the cultivators of my Jade Wave Island. With the encirclement complete, Monk Li heaved a sigh of relief. He knew that Ling Xiao was powerful, but this time, the people he brought were all elites. He did not believe that Ling Xiao could escape from the encirclement of him and these elites. Corpse Granny, hurry up and heal yourself in case someone comes to save this guy. We can work together. Perhaps because he was not completely at ease, Xingli reminded Corpse Granny again. Don't worry. As long as there is enough nourishment, this old one will recover quickly. Corpse Granny revealed a sinister smile. Here. Xingli shook his storage ring and released more than a dozen Celestial Realm martial artists. Among them, there were people from various sects, including people from the Divine Phoenix Empire and the Black Crow Empire. This Jade Wave Island was really daring. Your Majesty, Heavenly Emperor, save me. Suddenly, one of them shouted at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao took a closer look. This person was actually a martial artist he met in the Divine Capital. He was not weak, having reached the 9th layer of the Celestial Realm. Why were you captured? Reporting to Your Majesty, more than 20 of us were sent by His Majesty to protect and assist His Majesty the Celestial Emperor. Unexpectedly, we encountered these people from Jade Wave Island on the way and were scattered. I was captured alive, and 2 of my brothers died in battle. The rest should be hiding somewhere. That person replied. Is there a need for this? Ling Xiao sighed. Of course, he knew that Wu Xiang had good intentions, but there was really no need for it. More than 20 Celestial Realm martial artists were not weak, but when placed in the current Sin City, they seemed a little weak. However, since they were here, Ling Xiao, as the Heavenly Emperor, would not allow them to die here. Don't worry, I won't let you die. As for the rest, I will save them. Ling Xiao looked at that person and said, Ha ha ha, kid, you must have lost your mind. Facing our heavy encirclement, you actually dare to say such ridiculous words. Do you really think that we are all useless? The elites of Emerald Ripple Island were amused by Ling Xiao's baseless confidence. If I want to save someone, there is no one I can't save. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Since you guys don't believe me, I might as well save them as well. Actually, I really want to know, if these people survive, what will happen to your Jade Wave Island. That's a good idea, but unfortunately, you don't have the ability to realize it. Xingli looked at Ling Xiao with disdain, then said to Corpse Grandma, Old partner, why don't you enjoy your delicious food? Are you really going to let others save them? Xingli, this old one will accept your generous gift. I will definitely thank you in the future. Corpse Grandma revealed an excited smile, and the black aura began to spread rapidly. I'll have to trouble you guys first. Ling Xiao's figure suddenly disappeared, and stepped out of the encirclement in front of so many elites of Jade Wave Island. Then, he used the beast ring to take those people in. When Singli wanted to stop him, it was already too late. Although Singli still valued Ling Xiao, in his eyes, Ling Xiao was just an insignificant person. He could not completely put him in his heart. It was because of this slight carelessness that Ling Xiao got his way. He felt that his face was burning, as if someone had given him a tight slap. Good boy, this old man has underestimated you. But it doesn't matter. If you die, they will still die. Sungli was a little angry. Being slapped in the face by such a young warrior in front of so many disciples, he had no face left. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. There were many people in this world who wanted him dead, but many people had gone ahead of him. 2 Vice Island Masters. Ling Xiao is a thief. He killed our young island master before, and now he is trying to murder Vice Island Master Corp's grandma. He has also bewitched people and made Situ Hongyan unable to distinguish good from evil. He must be severely punished. One of the Grotto Heaven Realm warriors said loudly. That's right, Ling Xiao is the great enemy of our Jade Wave Island. With such a good opportunity to kill him, our Jade Wave Island will no longer be able to survive in the Jianghu. Another Grotto Heaven Realm warrior also said loudly. Kill Ling Xiao, punish the traitor. Except for Situ Hongyan, all the disciples of Jade Wave Island shouted, as if in their eyes, Ling Xiao was an ant that could be killed at any time. Chapter 1293. The people of Emerald Wave Island spoke one after another, not taking Ling Xiao seriously at all. It was as if they could take Ling Xiao's life at any time. But then again, among these people, Sungli was a 10th Grotto Heaven Realm expert. As for the other 2 Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, one was at the 2nd Grotto Heaven Realm, and the other was at the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm. No matter which one it was, they would not be at a disadvantage against Ling Xiao. And the cultivation of the other martial artists was not low either. With such a lineup, unless Ling Xiao had wings on his back, it was impossible for him to escape. Because of this, they felt that Ling Xiao would die without a doubt. This was not surprising at all. Suddenly, a blazing aura filled the entire dilapidated temple. Sword light flashed around Ling Xiao's body and 9 cauldrons floated above his head. Sword chi broke through the clouds and tore through the sky. Murderous aura surrounded his body and rumbled with killing intent. If you wait for death, you can still leave an intact corpse. To think that you would try to fight back. How foolish! One of the Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists from Emerald Wave Island revealed a cold and disdainful smile. He believed that Ling Xiao was able to save those captives in front of them purely because they had underestimated him. But now, none of them underestimated him. What could Ling Xiao rely on to break through the encirclement? It was too unrealistic. Since he is courting death, let's send him to his death. 2 Vice Island Masters and 2 Elders, rest at the side first. Leave this kid to us. 3 people walked out of the crowd. 3 half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. It's triple primordial sword. Yes, if the 3 of them are alone, they might not be a match for life-taking sword, rose sword, and emerald wave sword. But if they join forces, even the strongest emerald wave sword has to be wary. With them taking action, Ling Xiao has no way to survive. These Emerald Wave Island disciples also knew of the grand battle on the Long Street. Ling Xiao had killed a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. But that matter was somewhat bizarre, so they did not believe it at all. In their opinion, even if Ling Xiao had killed a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, it must have been because the other party had been severely injured. For example, today's corpse granny, Ling Xiao could definitely kill her and then announce his great achievements everywhere. This was not true ability at all, but opportunism. Of course, they still did not dare to underestimate Ling Xiao. After all, even if 10% of the rumors were true, they still had to be careful. Otherwise, if they failed miserably, they would become a laughing stock. At this moment, a scream suddenly came from the crowd. Then, Situ Hongyan appeared in front of Ling Xiao. This was the second time she had stepped forward to protect others. Although Ling Xiao might not need it, she felt that she couldn't just stand by and watch. She hated the things that her sect had done. They had distorted the truth and misrepresented the facts. Not only had they failed to uphold justice for her, they had even made her suffer. Her heart was as cold as ice. "Situ Hongyan, are you crazy?" Monkley asked coldly. "No, I'm not crazy. It's you who are crazy." Situ Hongyan shook her head gently and said, "Deputy Island Master, I was born in Emerald Wave Island, so I will not be an enemy of Emerald Wave Island. I only hope that you can let Ling Xiao go and let them go. Then, Situ Hongyan will commit suicide to apologize. There's something wrong with your head," Monkley scolded. "Is it worth it for an outsider? I only know that when I was in danger, it was an outsider who saved me. That's enough." Situ Hongyan nodded and said, "So even if I die, it's only to repay his debt." "Stupid. Do you really think we don't dare to kill you? Although you, Rose Sword Situ Hongyan, are a genius of Emerald Wave Island, there are too many geniuses in this era. We can still find a second or third Rose Sword, but you will be forgotten by the world like trash," Monkley said coldly. "Deputy Island Master, why are you so angry? Is it because I accused Corpse Granny? My dead senior brother and I are also disciples of Emerald Wave Island. Not only did you not stand up for us, but you also protected Corpse Granny. Is this the so-called justice you speak of? The so-called reason?" Situ Hongyan's expression became cold. She had always thought that she lived in a beautiful big family, but today's matter was somewhat unbearable for her. "Let me tell you the truth, Situ Hongyan. Even if Corpse Granny did that kind of thing, you have to endure it. Not to mention that she didn't kill you, even if she did, it doesn't matter. Although you are a genius, there's no way you can compare with her." Monkley simply tore off his mask and said coldly, "Just like your lovely sister back then. She was more talented than you, but more innocent than you. Wasn't my sister defiled by pirates?" Situ Hongyan's body trembled. She had thought of many possibilities, but she had never thought of such a terrifying possibility. "Now that things have come to this, there's no harm in telling you. Your sister was fancied by our young island master, Mo Xiaoyu, but she didn't know what was good for her. Our young island master is a very domineering person. Naturally, he would force himself on her." Monkley sneered and said, "Of course your sister knew about the matter of framing the pirates. She even ran to the island master and asked him to uphold justice. How innocent and naive do you think she is? Didn't she understand that the island master is the young island master's biological father? How could he punish his own son for her?" Thus, the pirates became scapegoats and were killed. In order to take revenge, your sister actually committed suicide in the young island master's room. Unfortunately, the first one to discover her was this old man, so this became a secret. "Mo Xiaoyu!" Situ Hongyan's body emitted a cold aura. She had almost fallen into a state of madness. She suddenly rushed forward and stabbed her sword at Monkley. Ling Xiao wanted to stop her, but he couldn't. "Die!" Monkley didn't show any mercy. A blooming flower was dazzled by this filthy hand. Situ Hongyan flew backward with a terrible wound on her abdomen. It seemed that she wouldn't survive. Ling Xiao didn't dodge because of the blood on her body. He jumped and caught Situ Hongyan. The killing intent on his face grew stronger. At this moment, he really wanted to kill someone. Situ Hongyan fell into Ling Xiao's arms. Her white clothes were dyed red with blood. "I am sorry. I was too useless. I was too impulsive." She stood up to help Ling Xiao, but in the end, she was tricked by Monkley because of her impulsiveness. As a result, she was seriously injured and didn't seem to be able to survive. "Alas, you've never wronged me. Instead, your performance today really moved me. Even I can't do what you did." Ling Xiao sighed. He kept transferring his heavenly essence into Situ Hongyan's body in an attempt to save her. But it was useless. Monkley was too ruthless. He didn't want Situ Hongyan to live. Chapter 1294. No, don't waste any more energy. You still have to save your internal strength to escape. Don't die, or I'll be even sadder. I'm going down to accompany my sister. You don't have to be sad. Situ Hongyan found that Ling Zhao's eyes were actually tearing up. At this moment, she felt that even if she died, it would be worth it. I'm not sad, I'm just angry that there are such shameless people and such a shameless sect in this world. Ling Zhao suddenly turned his head and looked at Zhengli and the others with a ferocious expression. He said word by word. From when I was young until now, I've met many annoying people. But you guys are really the best of the best. Framing me is one thing. After all, we're enemies. But in order to frame the enemy, you tried every possible means to kill your own sect's outstanding disciples. And this is not the first time you've done this. I really want to cut open your hearts and see if they're all black. Ling Zhao, although I really want you to avenge me and my sister, I know that it's too selfish. So I only hope that you can take my body away and bury me in a beautiful place. Thank you very much. Situ Hongyan's voice had become extremely weak. It was obvious that she was indeed beyond saving. Don't worry, I'll bury your body in a place you like. But at the same time, I'll avenge you. I, Ling Zhao, love to kill shameless people. It's an honor for me. Ling Zhao would not let these people go. Because these people had completely angered him. Thank you? Situ Hongyan wanted to dissuade Ling Zhao, but the words were on the tip of her tongue. She only left behind two simple words and said goodbye to the world. A beautiful woman died. The body gradually became cold. How sad was Situ Hongyan? Cold Plum, take care of Situ Hongyan's body. I'll kill these people. At this moment, it was not a trial, nor was it a fair fight. It was a massacre. So Ling Zhao planned to use all the power he could to kill all these people. Situ Hongyan was a good girl, but it was a pity that she had entered the wrong sect. Her tragedy had been decided the day her sister, Mo Xiaoyu, insulted her. He had nothing to do with Situ Hongyan. They just met by chance. However, he couldn't stand the Emerald Wave Island. He was simply annoyed. Since the heavens were not willing to give this kind of sect retribution, then let him do it. He now had the ability to do so. Kill! It could be said that he was enraged for a beauty. It could also be said that he was simply unhappy with Emerald Ripple Island. In addition, Emerald Ripple Island was originally going to deal with him. At this moment, various factors had gathered together, giving Ling Zhao ample reason to kill. The frightening murderous aura had already turned into a blood-red remnant cloud, breaking through the horizon, turning the entire ruined temple into a hellish place. Brat, it's useless to make a fuss. You only have Cold Plum to help you now. Her Highness the Moon Maiden has been stopped by our island master. Princess Yunya is also entangled with trivial matters at the moment. Hua Fuguang and Hua Feiying's troubles have yet to be resolved. Therefore, don't expect anyone to come and save you. Today, you will only end up like Situ Hongyan. The monk said coldly. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a sneer as he said faintly. The island master of Emerald Wave Island must be tired of living. He actually dared to provoke Sister Moon Maiden. Admirable, admirable. Then, he added, cut the crap. Today, I will kill as many people as you come. Anyway, you heartless bastards can't even uphold justice for your own sect. What's the point of your existence? Ling Zhao was most annoyed by this kind of unfair treatment. He had suffered such treatment in the Ling family and in the Yuhua school. Therefore, he hated this kind of unfairness to the core. He didn't care whether this attitude was right or not. He only knew that his strength was enough to seek justice for himself and Situ Hongyan in front of these people. Master, lend me your power for the time being. Ling Zhao used his spirit power to speak to the Yuan Venerate in the Mountain River realm. Are you sure you want to do this? You should know the side effects of this. If I lend you my power, it will definitely cause serious damage to your body. It will also cause your internal force to become impure. Most importantly, and also the most troublesome, it might cause your cultivation base to drop. All your previous hard work will be for naught. You better think carefully. The Yuan Venerate reminded him. It's fine. I've thought it through very clearly. I just want all those bastards to die. Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of the side effects. Injuries to the body could be recovered. Impure internal force could be tempered again. Even if his cultivation base dropped, he could cultivate again. However, if he didn't kill all these scourges today, not only would his anger be difficult to quell, but there would also be endless trouble in the future. All right, I'll give you my power. The Yuan Venerate agreed. In an instant, Ling Xiao's eyes became even colder and sharper, as if he had become a different person. However, the terrifying killing intent and tenacity in his eyes were enough to prove that it was indeed him. Even without the help of Big Sister Moon Maiden, it's enough to kill all of you. Ling Xiao's voice seemed to have completely lost its color. Every word was filled with a terrifying killing intent that shrouded everyone on Green Wave Island. He wasn't willing to use the power of a Yuan Venerate easily. Besides the side effects, he was also worried that he would become dependent on this power. However, he had to use it against these people today. They could feel the terrifying killing intent and the powerful aura that was disproportionate to Ling Xiao's cultivation base. Everyone on Green Wave Island trembled violently. They knew that Ling Xiao had a few powerful helpers by his side. The reason they had dared to act so impudently against Ling Xiao today was because they knew that apart from Cold Plum, no one else would be able to come here in time to help. However, they suddenly realized that they were wrong. Ling Xiao's backing seemed to be even more terrifying than they had imagined. How could this fellow's body suddenly erupt with such a powerful force? They couldn't figure it out, nor did they have time to think about it. After all, Ling Xiao had already made his move. Seng Li, Corpse Granny and the others were ready to defend against the most terrifying attack from Ling Xiao's body. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao's actions left them dumbfounded. Ling Xiao arrived beside Situ Hongyan and pointed a finger at her forehead. His aura entered her body and Situ Hongyan slowly opened her eyes. You can't die! You don't have to die! After obtaining the power of a Yuan Venerate, Ling Xiao's medical skills had clearly become stronger. However, the people of Green Wave Island still found it unbelievable that he could bring someone back from the dead. I'm not dead? Situ Hongyan looked at Ling Xiao and felt that her body was very weak. However, she had indeed woken up. I can only say that you're half dead. Your soul has been locked in your spirit realm by me and your life has been forcibly extended by me for 10 days. However, if you can't find the medicine to extend your life within 10 days, I'm afraid you'll really die. Ling Xiao spoke somewhat helplessly. Chapter 1295. Even though Ling Xiao could help Situ Hongyan come back from the dead, he couldn't do it perfectly. I'm already very satisfied. I can do a lot of things in 10 days. Whether I die or not, we'll talk about it later. Situ Hongyan wasn't disappointed. She had no reason to be disappointed that someone who was supposed to die had an extra 10 days to live. Good, it's good that you can understand. We'll talk about it later. Today, I want you to see how these people die. Ling Xiao first stared at Corpse Grandma. If it weren't for Corpse Grandma, Situ Hongyan wouldn't be half dead, and Ling Xiao wouldn't be framed. Therefore, Corpse Grandma should be the culprit. Cold Plum, you don't need to care about anything else. You just need to take care of Situ Hongyan, understand? Ling Xiao looked at Corpse Grandma and reminded Cold Plum. Master, don't worry. I will. Cold Plum nodded. As long as Ling Xiao's life wasn't in danger, she would certainly obey Ling Xiao's orders. But if Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she would definitely disobey. In her mind, Ling Xiao's life was more important than her orders. Corpse Grandma's face was extremely ugly at this time. She was an expert, so she could naturally feel Ling Xiao's sudden increase in strength. She wasn't afraid of killing intent, but the obvious gap in strength made her unable to have any thoughts of fighting. She actually crawled behind Seng Li in a sorry state. Corpse Grandma? Today, I'll make you a real Corpse Grandma! Under Ling Xiao's cold expression, he actually revealed an even colder smile. This corpse granny often used the corpses of living people to refine puppets. She would never have dreamed that she would one day be turned into a corpse by someone. If you want to kill our Vice Island master, you have to get through me first. Standing in front of Ling Xiao was a plump but powerful elder of Emerald Ripple Island. Third Grotto Heaven Realm? Ignorant! As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, his figure disappeared. Ah! A shrill scream rang out in an instant. The dignified inner elder of the Green Wave Island, who was at the Third Grotto Heaven Realm, was completely destroyed by Ling Xiao's finger, as if his chest had been burned by fire. His entire body's internal organs seemed to have turned into ashes. A one-hit kill! It seemed to be that simple. It should be known that Ling Xiao could erupt with the strength of a half-step yin-yang grade if he borrowed the power of a yuan venerate. Although the effect wouldn't last for long and there were many side effects, it was still very effective. However, there was no need to doubt its power. Even an ordinary half-step yin-yang realm martial practitioner could easily kill a Third Grotto Heaven realm martial practitioner. Not to mention a monster like Ling Xiao. This scene made the faces of everyone on Emerald Wave Island turn deathly pale. It had to be known that any Grotto Heaven realm martial artist was an elder of Emerald Ripple Island. Moreover, there weren't many of them. Each one was a treasure of Emerald Ripple Island. The death of any one of these people would greatly weaken Emerald Ripple Island. Therefore, they didn't often take action or even leave the island. However, they had only come to the city of Sin this time and encountered Ling Xiao, yet they had actually been killed in an instant. A terrifying thought was born in the hearts of these people. The sprouts of fear seemed to have been stimulated as they grew frantically. If Ling Xiao could kill a Third Grotto Heaven realm martial practitioner so easily, what were sky humans like them in front of Ling Xiao? They probably weren't even worth mentioning. Fear. A strong sense of fear enveloped these people. At this moment, they finally understood how foolish and wrong their judgment had been. What are you afraid of? With me around, Ling Xiao won't be able to kill you! Monk Li stepped forward at the critical moment, and glared icily at Ling Xiao. Although he was a little surprised by the current situation, he had also observed that even though Ling Xiao could erupt with such power, he definitely wouldn't be able to last long. Moreover, even with his current strength, he still had the strength to fight. With the help of the others, even if he couldn't kill Ling Xiao, he could help Corpse Granny recover as soon as possible. As long as Corpse Granny recovered, Ling Xiao would definitely die. The people of Emerald Ripple Island seemed to have been awakened by Monk Li's words. Many of them walked out of their fear. In their eyes, there was a strong fighting spirit, and no longer fear. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a sneer. If the other party lost their fighting spirit so quickly, it wouldn't be fun. Only when the other party was full of confidence would it be satisfying to kill them. He admitted that Monk Li was very strong and also saw his weakness of being unable to fight for a long time. However, Monk Li didn't know that he was confident that he could completely destroy all of these people from Emerald Ripple Island in the time it took to fight. There was no need to deliberately deal with Monk Li. Ling Xiao chose to pick on the weak. Anyway, Situ Hongyan was protected by Cold Plum. Even Monk Li couldn't hurt Cold Plum at all. He didn't need to worry at all. The battle started in an instant. Ling Xiao threw himself at a 7-star sky celestial martialist. A martialist with such a cultivation base used to be in existence he looked up to. However, this person didn't even have a chance to react before he fell to the ground. He didn't even know how he had died. Ling Xiao's figure had already thrown himself at another person. Continuous screams were heard from the crowd as the fear that had just subsided reappeared. When Ling Xiao threw himself at a half-step Paradise Realm martialist, this fellow actually lost the courage to resist and chose to run away. However, Ling Xiao's normal speed was much faster than this person's. Furthermore, he currently possessed a portion of the strength of a yuan venerate. His speed was so fast that Monk Li couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. This half-step Paradise Realm martialist, who was also the pillar of Emerald Ripple Island and an absolute elite, had been killed by Ling Xiao while he was running away. There was no suspense at all. Panic spread. Complete collapse. The people of Emerald Ripple Island couldn't be appeased with just a few words from Monkley. Monkley started to regret it. He had actually offended such a monster for the sake of Corpse Granny. Those who weren't as strong as Monkley and were being chased by Ling Xiao felt even more regret. They couldn't wait for Corpse Granny to die. This was a sect that had no morals, etiquette, justice, honor, or shame. If they could abandon Situ Hongyan, they could also abandon Corpse Granny. As long as it was beneficial to them, they wouldn't hesitate to abandon their own mother. Many people fled from Corpse Granny's side, isolating her completely. Ling Xiao's target finally turned to Corpse Granny. A huge Taotai appeared behind him. There was a silent and empty sound coming from that side of the world. Above Taotai, an incomparably terrifying sword intent of destruction and massacre was released. At the moment, Ling Xiao was a true sword demon. A terrifying killing god. A peerless killing sword. Corpse Granny's lips started to tremble. She realized that even Monkley was avoiding her. It was as if her body was covered with a plague virus. Anyone who touched her would be poisoned to death. Chapter 1296. Corpse Granny did not expect that one day she would fall into such a situation where she was deserted by everyone. Do you regret it? Are you afraid? But it's too late. When you framed me and framed Situ Hongyan, you should have understood how miserable your end would be. Now, it's just your retribution. So, accept it with peace of mind. Suddenly, the huge Taotai waved its claws at Corpse Granny. Those huge claws actually condensed the energy of Ling Xiao's 9 cauldron sword domain. Every fingernail was a huge sword, containing a terrifying murderous aura that could destroy heaven and earth. Corpse Granny used the last of her strength to grab a few disciples of Emerald Wave Island through the bones in front of her, trying to use their lives to block the danger for her. Unfortunately, these people were torn apart by the sharp sword Qi in an instant. It was as if they were torn apart by 5 horses. That kind of scene was really terrifying. Run! If we don't run, we'll die. There's no need for us to accompany Corpse Granny to die. Ling Xiao's strength had completely exposed the true colors of the people of Emerald Wave Island. Each and every one of them was as timid as a mouse and shameless without a bottom line. Ling Xiao really went on a killing spree. It was as if he had entered a no man's land, slaughtering the people of Emerald Wave Island to his heart's content. Not only that, the huge skeleton soldiers waved their sickle-like weapons to harvest lives. A small butterfly danced in the crowd. Every time it touched a person, a life would be completely burned. The butterfly girl and the helpers that Ling Xiao summoned through the eye of the tomb of the god of sin were also extremely powerful. Except for Sengli, they could almost slaughter everyone else. Now you want to escape? Unfortunately, it's too late. In Ling Xiao's eyes, there was not the slightest sympathy or pity. 9 cauldron sword domain! As his voice fell, the huge 9 cauldrons suppressed the space within a radius of more than 10 meters. Streaks of terrifying sword Qi scrutinized every disciple of Emerald Wave Island. A few tried to escape, but the sword Qi mercilessly pierced through their bodies and killed them on the spot. What kind of sword domain was this? It was simply a demon domain. The disciples of Emerald Wave Island were completely stunned. They had heard of how terrifying Ling Xiao was, but they had never thought that Ling Xiao would be such a terrifying fiend. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have provoked this guy. Since you've already done something, you have to bear the consequences. Therefore, all of you will die here. Ling Xiao's cold voice was like ice crystals that came out of his mouth inch by inch. Every word made people tremble all over. The shadow sword appeared in his right hand, and a monstrous sword intent filled the sword domain. Die! As the shadow sword fell, the sword Qi in the sword domain also shot out. In just an instant, dozens of Jade Wave Island's disciples were pierced through by the sword. Furthermore, the location of the stab was exactly the same. They were all at the throat. They were all the most fatal spots. Death was actually so simple. In this small space, the sky and earth were dyed red. Corpse Granny stared blankly at all of this. She seemed to finally understand what her biggest miscalculation about Ling Xiao was. Ling Xiao was not a hero at all. He was just a person who acted according to his own ideas. This kind of person was the most terrifying. He was willful and reckless, unrestrained. Are you afraid? Are you afraid? I thought that since you've been playing with other people's corpses, you wouldn't be afraid of death at all. I didn't expect you to be afraid of death yourself. Ling Xiao looked at Corpse Granny indifferently. At this time, except for Xingli and Corpse Granny, everyone else had been killed. Xingli was also crippled by the butterfly lady and the skeleton soldiers and was thrown in front of Situ Hongyan. He's your enemy. If you want, I can let you kill him. Ling Xiao said so. Facing Xingli, Situ Hongyan did not hesitate at all and cut off his head with her sword. Not only did Xingli know about her sister's matter, but he was also an accomplice. Now that Mo Xiaoyu was dead, Situ Hongyan wanted to avenge her sister, so she had to find Xingli. She did not give Xingli a chance to explain. After all, she was not Ling Xiao. She was very worried that she would be tricked by Xingli's flowery words and would not be able to kill him. After all, she was still too soft-hearted. Now you're the only one left. Do you know why I left you until the end? Ling Xiao looked at Corpse Granny and revealed a sneer. That's because you're more shameless than them, so I prepared a generous gift for you to enjoy. You! Don't kill me! I was wrong, I was really wrong. As long as you leave me alive, you can do whatever you want with me. Corpse Granny was now thoroughly regretting her actions. She finally understood that Ling Xiao was more terrifying than she had imagined. He was more like a devil than she had imagined. This guy was not as powerful as the rumors said. He was simply a demon of fear. The expression of a loser appeared on her face. Fear, cowardice, and panic. The domineering, proud, and ruthless aura she had before had all disappeared. Ling Xiao had even killed Xingli. There was no one on Emerald Wave Island who could stop him. One had to know that the strongest person on Emerald Wave Island was the island master. However, Corpse Granny was very clear in her heart. It was already very good that Island Master Mo could survive under the Moon Maiden's hands. It was impossible for him to save her. Therefore, at this moment, she could only beg for mercy. She hoped that Ling Xiao could be merciful and spare her life. Beg for mercy? I say, can you have some backbone? Here, this is a pill that I refined. It can help you recover your strength as soon as possible. Then, the two of us can have a fair fight. How about it? Ling Xiao smiled and took out a pill and threw it to Corpse Granny. Is it really a recovery pill? Corpse Granny obviously did not believe that Ling Xiao would be so kind. Use it or not, you'll die anyway. Ling Xiao said faintly. The current situation was like this. Corpse Granny had no chance to bargain with him. Even if she knew that it was poison, she probably had to try it. After a moment of silence, Corpse Granny swallowed the pill into her mouth. A moment later, her face lit up with excitement. Ha ha ha, kid, you're not bad. You actually dared to give me such a miraculous pill. Now that I'm awake, you're in trouble. Corpse Granny suddenly revealed a sinister smile. Ling Xiao still had an indifferent smile on his face. So soon you're so smug? It seems that you only have this little ability. Kid, I know that you have more people and I'm not a match for you. But I'm afraid you don't know that even the island master would be afraid of my trump card. Corpse Granny seemed very calm. Oh? So you think you can kill us? Ling Xiao asked back. The corner of his mouth lifted into a mocking smile. The Corpse Granny in front of him did not know that her life was actually in his hands. Chapter 1297. I'm not sure if I can kill you. After all, you're too powerful. No one knows what new abilities you'll have. Corpse Granny laughed. But you can definitely help me escape from here. As long as I escape, you can just wait for your death. You might not know why Emerald Ripple Island is treating me so well. It's not only because I'm strong enough, but also because I have someone behind me. Oh? Which major force? Blackwater Immortal Island? Or water god temple? Ling Xiao asked. You don't need to know that. You just need to know that you've done something stupid. That's enough. After laughing sinisterly, Corpse Granny suddenly opened her mouth and sucked. The souls of the Emerald Ripple Island disciples that Ling Xiao had killed all left their bodies and rushed towards Corpse Granny. These corpses had just died in battle and their souls had yet to leave. Now they were occupied by Corpse Granny. As the souls continued to pour in, Corpse Granny's body became bigger and stronger. The most terrifying thing was that the aura she released was getting stronger and stronger. There was a faint feeling of climbing to the Yin-Yang realm. But it was different from the Yin-Yang realm. Finally, Corpse Granny, who had completely absorbed Monk Li's soul, had grown to about 10 meters. Her huge body could create a raging wind with just a breath. With a slight movement of her feet, the ground trembled. The ruined temple could no longer hold her body and was completely destroyed. Ah, see? Ling Xiao, this is my strongest state. Unfortunately, I can only hold 100 souls at most. Otherwise, I would be even stronger than now. Although Corpse Granny's voice was hoarse, it was still a woman's voice. At this moment, her voice was rough and powerful, even more manly than a man's voice. This is interesting. I didn't expect souls to have such an effect. Corpse Granny tried to see Ling Xiao's fear and regret. Unfortunately, all she saw was a smiling face full of interest. It seemed that not only was he not afraid of her, but he was also very interested in her current state. Go to hell, boy! You'll know how powerful I am! Corpse Granny raised her foot and fiercely stomped on Ling Xiao. When the huge foot was raised, it brought the corpses up. Sand and stones flew in the ruined temple. Cold Plum, take Situ Hongyan out, Ling Xiao said. But Master, what about you? Cold Plum asked worriedly. Don't worry, do you really think I'll give her a real healing holy elixir? Dream, but I'm not that stupid, Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then I'm at ease. Ling Mei carried Situ Hongyan and flew away. Once outside, she stood directly on the head of Ling Xiao's skeleton soldier and closely observed the situation of the battle. Inside the ruined temple, Corpse Granny looked at Ling Xiao in shock. Her body seemed to be out of her control. Corpse Granny, if I fed you poison, it would make me seem too low level. But if I fed you a healing holy elixir, it would make me seem too stupid. So I fed you a very technical medicine. Now you're under my control. Ling Xiao stood there without any intention of making a move. He just looked at the huge Corpse Granny with indifference and disdain. Impossible! It's impossible for such a medicine to exist! Corpse Granny also had a little understanding of pills. In her experience, she had never heard of such a magical pill. While speaking, she tried to attack Ling Xiao again. However, after attacking, she screamed. Ah! Blood fell like a waterfall. Corpse Granny actually cut off her ear. Perhaps the ear was too big, but the amount of blood was also quite shocking. Her strength doubled, and so did the pain. Corpse Granny directly lay on the ground and kept rolling. The bricks and tiles of the ruined temple had been crushed into pieces by her huge body. She let out a loud groan and cry for help, but these couldn't bring her anything. In the distance, Zhang Tianda and the representative of Yan country looked at this scene in horror. Just now, the two of them almost came over. They were ready to reap the benefits. Fortunately, they didn't come over. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would probably control the current Corpse Granny to attack the two of them. If you don't listen to people and don't want to listen to others' advice, it's useless to keep this ear, Ling Xiao said coldly. Now cut off your other ear. Can you imagine the fear of wanting to cut off your own ear even though you know it's extremely painful? Corpse Granny was experiencing this kind of thing now. She watched helplessly as her hand moved towards her ear. Then, the pain came again, and her whole body trembled. Corpse Granny thought that she would never cry again in her life. She thought that her tears had dried up. But today, she shed tears of regret and pain. Of course, it couldn't be separated from anger. She regretted provoking Ling Xiao, this little star of misfortune. Moreover, she had provoked him time and time again, as if she was afraid that he would not be willing to deal with her. Now that things had turned out like this, it was all because of her own actions. She was in extreme pain, but there was nothing she could do. She was angry that Ling Xiao didn't give her the slightest sympathy, but she didn't think that during the battle on the long street, she didn't intend to sympathize with Ling Xiao. Even just now, she was still threatening Ling Xiao with words. "Kill me! Don't torture me anymore!" Corpse Granny howled in pain. She didn't want to continue living in pain like this. She wanted to die, the sooner the better. She couldn't bear this kind of pain. "Tell me the power behind you, and I'll give you a quick death," Ling Xiao said indifferently. "No, impossible, I can't betray them." Corpse Granny shook her head, as if she was afraid of the huge power behind her. "You can't betray them? You're really funny, you're about to die, but you're still so protective. Should I say that you're loyal, or should I say that you're stupid?" As Ling Xiao spoke, he snapped his fingers again. Corpse Granny directly dug out one of her eyes. Corpse Granny's body trembled, and she almost blurted out the power behind her. I'll talk, but I'll only talk to you," Corpse Granny finally said when the pain gradually subsided. "No problem." Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of Corpse Granny playing tricks. If he wanted this guy to die, this guy would die. This was the terror of an alchemist. He jumped to Corpse Granny's mouth. Corpse Granny whispered a few words in his ear, but she didn't do anything. "Impossible." Ling Xiao was confused. "It's true, what I said is true. You're so powerful, so you should know that I'm not lying. Now I beg you, give me a quick death, I don't want to go on like this," Corpse Granny said loudly. Chapter 1298. "All right, since you're so cooperative, I'll fulfill my promise." Ling Xiao leaped dozens of meters away and snapped his fingers again. Corpse Granny's body exploded on the spot. She was smashed to pieces. The storage ring that had shrunk again fell to the ground and was picked up by Ling Xiao. This Corpse Granny storage ring was really unusual. Most of the things inside were preserved corpses, some spirit stones, and a book called Hell Reincarnation Technique. This should be a type of witchcraft. Unlike martial arts, its use required special conditions. Ling Xiao directly stuffed it into his storage ring and did not look at it. He could study it when he had time. There were a lot of spirit stones in Monk Li's storage ring. This guy was obviously a greedy guy. Not only that, there was also a book in his storage ring. It should be a martial arts secret book called Paradise Sutra. The use of this martial arts secret book was very simple. It was to assist martial artists in condensing and strengthening their paradise domain. For the current Ling Xiao, it was very suitable. He took it without hesitation. In addition to the storage rings of the other people on Jadewave Island, he had obtained a lot of martial arts. When he returned to the Sky Dragon continent in the future, he could put them in the Sky Martial Hall of the Celestial Empire. Ling Xiao was very clear that the most important thing for a powerful country was not the population or territory, but the experts. Therefore, when the Celestial Empire was established, he set up the Sky Martial Hall. This Sky Martial Hall was not only responsible for the affairs of the martial artists in the world, but it would also collect all kinds of martial arts, as long as one was a citizen of the Celestial Empire. From the age of 3, one could receive free martial arts education for 12 years. After that, it would depend on one's luck. In this way, the young men and women of the Celestial Empire would not miss the best period of cultivation because of their family background. If there were people with outstanding results after the 12 years of free martial arts education, they could be recruited to the Heaven's Chosen Academy, Celestial Empire Academy, Sky Martial Hall, and other places to further their studies. Ling Xiao encouraged the development of sections. In addition to the country's efforts to establish a few martial arts sacred grounds, powerful martial artists could also receive support from the government to establish their own sects or academies. Now, it was not only Ling Xiao who was searching for martial arts secret books everywhere. Other martial artists in the Celestial Empire were doing the same. They could be seen at many auctions. They could also be seen in many adventurer teams. This was the hope for the revival of the Heavenly Empire, and no one dared to slack off. Everyone is working hard, hoping to make the Heavenly Empire stronger. After all, they were surrounded by powerful enemies. It was unrealistic to rely solely on arrays to protect themselves. They still needed enough powerful cultivators. Let's get back to the main topic. At this moment, the people from Emerald Ripple Island were all killed in the dilapidated temple. The two Vice Island masters brought a group of powerful warriors to the city of Sin. On one hand, they wanted to find the Imperial Jade Seal. On the other hand, he wanted to kill Ling Xiao to avenge the dead disciples of Emerald Wave Island. However, neither of these things were accomplished. In this ruined temple, they all became ghosts under Ling Xiao's sword. The cause of the matter was not complicated. The process was also very simple. Corpse Granny framed Ling Xiao, and in the end, Ling Xiao was enraged and slaughtered all of them. Of course, Situ Hongyan was almost killed, which could be considered as a catalyst. Now, Emerald Wave Island was basically left with Island Master Mo and Emerald Wave Sword Mo Kong. After this incident, they were destined to be removed from the 7 martial arts sect island, just like Piping Island in the past. Emerald Wave Island had done many things that angered the heavens, so it was impossible for them to not have any enemies. Even if they did not have any enemies, don't forget that they still occupied the resource-rich Emerald Wave Island. There would definitely be forces coveting it. As for whether it was the Black Crow Empire or the Divine Phoenix Empire that destroyed it first, Ling Xiao did not care. At this moment, he looked coldly at the corpses on the ground, without the slightest bit of sympathy. He still clearly remembered how arrogant and domineering these people were. They did not give him or Situ Hongyan a chance to explain. Their shamelessness had reached a whole new level. If these people did not die, then the heavens must be blind. At this moment, Ling Xiao was more concerned about Situ Hongyan. Although he had said very coldly that Situ Hongyan's life and death were none of his business, he still could not accept it. Deep down, he could not bear to see Situ Hongyan die just like that. What a joke! If Situ Hongyan died, Ling Xiao would not be able to continue being an apothecary. This was a battle for his reputation. My dear disciple, how do you plan to save her? Don't forget that the elixir pill that can save her currently requires at least a high-grade dark-grade elixir pill, the Sky Reversal Elixir. Given your strength, it is simply impossible to refine it. Even if I lend my power to you, it will be useless. After all, alchemy is not a battle. It is more difficult. The Yuan Venerate, who naturally understood Ling Xiao's intentions, asked him this via voice transmission. Ling Xiao was already very weak at the moment. He sensed that someone was coveting him in the distance. Thus, he turned back and told Cold Plum, "Let's return to our residence first." If he fainted at this time, then he could only rely on Cold Plum alone. Ling Xiao did not want to become a burden at this time. Thus, he had to return first. On the way, he said to the Yuan Venerate via voice transmission, "Master, I know that I can't save that woman given my current strength. However, you also saw that she was still willing to testify for me under such circumstances. I, Ling Xiao, am not willing to owe anyone a favor. I know you are a good child, so I will help you once more," the Yuan Venerate said. "Although I can help you refine the Sky Reversal Elixir, there is a type of elixir pill that you can refine yourself. It is called the Turtle Breathing Elixir." Turtle Breathing Elixir? Yes, this elixir pill is only a yellow-grade super elixir. You should be able to refine it. Give it to her first, and she will enter a state of suspended animation. Even if it takes more than 10 days, she will not die and her life force will not be consumed. However, she will always be in a state of suspended animation, and will not be able to do anything else. You still have to discuss this with her." The Yuan Venerate replied, "There is no need to discuss. Let's do it this way." Ling Xiao was not a wishy-washy person. He was afraid that Situ Hongyan would hesitate, and refuse to agree after discussing it with her. After all, the chances of obtaining the Sky Reversal Elixir were very slim. It would be better for her to live for 7 days. This was probably true for many people. Ling Xiao did not want to waste time explaining anything. He was the one who wanted to save Situhong Yan, not the other way around. Therefore, even if Situhong Yan committed suicide on the spot after he saved her, he would not consider it. He only wanted to save her now. It was that simple. Zhang Tianda and the representative of the Swallow Nation finally appeared from the pile of corpses. It had been more than 10 minutes since Ling Xiao had left. They had not dared to come out early because they were afraid. I really can't believe that this was done by Ling Xiao. Are we still going to fight for the Imperial Ruler's seal? Zhang Tianda asked after taking a deep breath. What are you afraid of? That kid used some unknown technique to suddenly increase his strength. However, he is still weak. Furthermore, the Imperial Ruler's seal is not in his hands now. Why shouldn't we fight for it? The representative of the Swallow Nation was indeed a member of the Water Sacred Hall. He was still a little bolder. Chapter 1299. Situ Hongyan was fed a turtle breath pill by Ling Xiao and temporarily entered a state of suspended animation. Ling Xiao then put her into the mountain river world. On the surface, there was no difference between suspended animation and death. They were both inanimate objects. It was just that suspended animation wouldn't lead to real death. It was just a temporary state of inanimate objects, and there was a possibility of resurrection in the future. Since it was an inanimate object, it could be put into the mountain river world, just like stones and weapons. This matter could only be solved in this way for the time being. Before the heaven reversal pill was successfully refined, Situ Hongyan needed to sleep for a long time. Ling Xiao didn't have many special feelings for her. He simply felt that this woman didn't deserve to die. If this woman died, Ling Xiao would lose too much face. After dealing with Situ Hongyan's matter, Ling Xiao found Yunya to inquire about some things, some clues about the force behind Corpse Granny. Ghost Shrine! Hearing the name of the force mentioned by Ling Xiao, Princess Yunya's face became very ugly. I didn't expect that Corpse Granny was actually from the Ghost Shrine. No wonder she knows ancient witchcraft. What's the relationship between this Ghost Shrine and the Water Spirit Shrine? Is it that scary? Ling Xiao asked, puzzled. Of course it's related. The Ghost Shrine, the Water Spirit Shrine, and the other shrines originally belonged to one of the most terrifying forces in the stormy ocean. Later, this force was defeated by the true demon empire and scattered to various places in the mystic world. Yunya explained. The Ghost Shrine and the Water Spirit Shrine are two of the major shrines. They may not be as powerful as the true demon empire in the past, but today, they are invincible sects on the first 3 continents. Perhaps the Ghost Shrine is even stronger. It's located on the Purgatory continent, second only to the Immortal Court continent. Even our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company is afraid of you. So that's how it is. No wonder that Corpse Granny was so sure. Hearing what you said, this Ghost Shrine is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao frowned. The Ghost Shrine came from the Purgatory continent, which was second only to the Immortal Court continent among the 13 continents. How could a sect from that place be weak? Of course, you don't have to worry too much. The 13 continents have their own rules. The Ghost Shrine won't send people to Sin City for a mere Corpse Granny, because once they send people from their headquarters, it might cause the entire profound world to be in turmoil. Yunya analyzed. If I'm not wrong, the Ghost Shrine should also have a branch on the White Tiger continent. It's just that this sect's activities are rather mysterious, so there's no detailed information yet. However, one thing is certain. Once they send people over, the weakest will be at least a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, and the strongest will be a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist. However, there shouldn't be too many of them. 1 or 2 would be pretty good. If that's the case, then I'm not doomed. Ling Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. This Ghost God Temple's branch hall was not any weaker than the Water Spirit Temple and was far stronger than the 7 Martial Sect Island. Becoming enemies with such a force was naturally not a wise thing to do. However, Ling Xiao still didn't regret killing Corpse Granny. On the path of martial arts, one couldn't have fear. Otherwise, one wouldn't be able to continue walking. Thank you, Princess Yunya, for clearing my doubts. There's one more thing. I wonder if Princess Yunya has already prepared all the herbs I need? Ling Xiao asked. Since he couldn't leave Sin City for now, Ling Xiao thought that he might as well refine pills in Sin City. Maybe he could leave after a while. These hundreds of thousands of pills were the key to increasing the overall strength of the Divine Capital's army. He had to finish refining them as soon as possible. He didn't dare to say that the Heavenly Empire could be compared to the Divine Phoenix Empire or the Black Crow Empire, but at the very least, it couldn't be worse than the Seven Martial Sect Island. Only then would he have the right to speak on the Divine Phoenix continent. Don't worry, I've already prepared everything. You're considered lucky. Sin City only allows people to enter and not leave, so our herbs can still be transported in. However, with so many pills, do you plan on refining them all by yourself? That's a tough job. Yunya reminded him. There's no other way. I can't find a suitable helper for the time being. Ling Xiao was obviously lying when he said that he couldn't find a helper. His master Yuan Venerate was the best helper, but there were some things that couldn't be said out loud. Even Princess Yunya was no exception. You're amazing, but this is also good. Sin City is closed anyway, so it's impossible for you to leave. Refining these pills is indeed the best opportunity. Yunya nodded her head. Can I ask what kind of pills you want to refine? Yunya suddenly asked. Just these. Ling Xiao immediately gave her a list. On it were the 6 types of pills he wanted to refine. Yunya was shocked when she saw the list. Good fellow, having a good alchemist is awesome. These 6 types of pills, 3 of them are for Sky Man Realm Martialists, right? After a moment of shock, Yunya praised. With this combination of pills, a Sky Man Realm Martialist can directly advance by at least 1 major realm. At best, it might even be possible to advance by 2 major realms. Most importantly, there are no side effects. I'm really envious of the martialists of your celestial empire. Princess Yunya knows a lot about pills. You even know about combination pills. Ling Xiao smiled. I know a little. The other 3 types of pills are for Sky Passage Realm Martialists, right? Ordinary Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists would be able to greatly increase their cultivation speed and overall strength. Talented Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists might even be able to increase their cultivation by an entire realm without any side effects. You are quite ambitious. Princess Yunya continued her analysis. Ling Xiao didn't hide his ambition at all. He smiled and said, Don't forget that I'm the Celestial Emperor of the Celestial Empire. I once made a great wish to rebuild the glory of the human race. If I can't achieve this great wish, I won't be able to break through to the pinnacle of the martial way. This is ambition, but it's also a plan. These pills are only needed by the army of Shindu. When the Celestial Empire becomes stronger in the future, I believe that more alchemists will be willing to go there. When that time comes, all the martialists of the Celestial Empire will be able to use these outstanding pills. What a terrible guy. He's so pure that he doesn't consider whether he will fail or not. This kind of person is the most terrible. Yunya was shocked. Some so-called smart people would bypass difficulties when they encountered difficulties. When they encountered problems that they thought they couldn't solve, they would give up and say that they were wise enough. Therefore, these smart people would never achieve great things. Although they failed less in their lives, they would never stand at the top. People like Ling Xiao might fail many times and suffer many blows, but as long as he didn't sink or die, it was inevitable that he would eventually succeed and set foot on the top. If there's a need, I can help you. Princess Yunya might have been impressed by Ling Xiao's impassioned ideals, so she said with a little excitement. Chapter 1300. Thank you, Princess Yunya. I have designed a complete set of alchemy mechanisms, but some of the materials are hard to find, so I'll have to trouble you. Ling Xiao designed a complete alchemy assembly line according to the memory in his mind. It could allow some low-level alchemists to work together to refine pills of a much higher level. However, this assembly line needed some automatic mechanisms and equipment. He had already prepared the design, so the next step was to find the materials and try it out. Once he succeeded, alchemy would become easier in the future. Although Princess Yunya didn't know what this so-called alchemy assembly line was, she believed that what Ling Xiao said would definitely not be something ordinary. Therefore, she nodded very cooperatively and said, "Don't worry, make the list. I'll think of a way to find the materials." Ling Xiao nodded and then gave a detailed list to Yunya. TSK, although the things on your list aren't too expensive, they are very complicated. I'm afraid others won't be able to find them. However, this is what our Heavenly Dragon Trading Company does, so there won't be a problem. Yunya was amazed by the things on the list. She couldn't wait to see what Ling Xiao's so-called assembly line mechanism looked like. Thank you very much. Next, I will go into seclusion to refine pills. I'll have to trouble Yunya to help me turn away all the guests. No matter who comes, I won't see them. Ling Xiao stood up and said, "No problem. It's just that the island master of Jade Wave Island came to negotiate with Her Highness the Moon Maiden and was driven away. I'm afraid he will come back again." Yunya frowned. "It's okay. Jade Wave Island has been destroyed. Now, it doesn't matter how many people come. I'm only concerned about whether the pills can be refined successfully. Goodbye." Ling Xiao returned to his room and created a small space isolation array. Then, he began to refine pills. He didn't want to stay for a moment. Because in the city of Sin, he had seen too many powerful forces. If he was alone, he would never be able to fight against these forces. He had to improve the overall strength of the Heavenly Empire. This was a matter of great urgency. Jade Wave Island, thousands of miles of waves and thousands of miles of sea. This was a place with pleasant scenery and was very suitable for cultivation. Jade Wave Island, which had a history of more than 200 years, was now in a gloomy mood. Everyone was in no mood to cultivate under the beautiful scenery, let alone enjoy the scenery. The young master of Emerald Ripple Island, Emo Tsong, stood on top of the cliff. Behind him were 4 people in aqua-blue robes. His face was ashen and filled with anger. Vice Island Master Corpse Granny was killed, Vice Island Master Singli was killed, and even his father Emo Cho was injured by the Moon Lady. A group of elites who went to the city of Sin, other than his father who was still alive, everyone else had died. This encounter caused Jade Wave Island to completely degenerate into a last-rate sect. The pirates who had never dared to provoke Jade Wave Island in the past were now coming to harass them. This annoyed him to no end. What he could not accept the most was that the person who caused this situation was not some master, but a mere Ling Xiao. A mere human who climbed up from the bottom of the Sky Dragon continent. "I agree, as long as you can help me kill Ling Xiao, Jade Wave Island will join the Water Spirit Palace." Taking a deep breath, Emo Tsong looked back at the 4 people in aqua-blue robes and said, Hee, young master is indeed wise. Since this is the case, Jade Wave Island will temporarily be under the care of the Water Spirit Palace. I believe no more pirates will dare to come here, but will your father agree?" One of the aqua-blue robes said with a smile. Even though Jade Wave Island was like a starving camel, as long as Jade Wave Island Master Emo Cho did not die, Jade Wave Island would not completely fall. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Because of this, the Water Spirit Palace sent experts to discuss Jade Wave Island's submission with Emo Cho. Don't worry, before father left, he handed over all matters of Jade Wave Island to me. This is his wish. Even though the current Emo Tsong was extremely depressed and annoyed, he had to do this. Because this was the only way for Jade Wave Island to survive. Just wait, as long as I get the Imperial Jade Seal, no matter if it's the Water Spirit Palace or that Ling Xiao, they will all die. Emo Tsong's desire to get the Imperial Jade Seal was more than killing Ling Xiao. Of course, his father Emo Cho had the same intention. As of now, this was the only path they could take. If he couldn't get the Imperial Jade Seal, then he could only submit to the Water Spirit Palace. Even though he was living under someone else's roof, at least he could find a backer. It was another busy day. The smell of blood was everywhere in the city of Sin. Right now, the city of Sin was the most dangerous place. The warriors who came here could not only not leave, but could also be killed. But there were still warriors who came one after the other. It was as if death was no threat to them. The sun was setting in the west, and the setting sun was as red as blood. A tattered-looking ship docked at the harbor of the city of Sin. Then, a group of strange people wearing prison uniforms and bronze masks walked down from the ship. Their hands and feet were all chained up. At the end of the chains was a giant iron lock. When these strange people walked over, the chains dragged on the ground, creating a pit that was at least 1 to 2 feet deep. They looked like they were walking very slowly, but in reality, they were walking very quickly. Outside the gates of the city of Sin, many people had set up camp. They were all here for the Imperial Jade Seal. No one organized them, but these people all had the same goal. They could only enter the city of Sin, but not leave. At this time, they had already noticed a group of strange people not far away. Their faces became tense, and the weapons in their hands were all drawn. The guards here were all experts, and there were even yin-yang realm experts. So no matter who came, they would not be afraid. But the strange people's bodies were moving faster and faster. Under the strange bronze masks, no expression could be seen. Only a pair of red eyes were terrifying. Some warriors couldn't help but open up a path. As long as these people went in and didn't come out, it would be fine. It was better to have less trouble. Some warriors who weren't very strong actually wanted the city of Sin to be in chaos. The more chaotic it was, the better. That way, they would have a chance to fish in troubled waters. Everyone was willing to reap the benefits of the fisherman's quarrel. But when the strange people got close, something terrifying happened. Kill! The strange people let out an ugly shout, as if their vocal cords had been destroyed. At that moment, dozens of chains flew up, and the giant iron locks smashed into the guards. Those martial artists were smashed into minced meat in an instant. Stop! If you want to enter the city, then enter. Why do you have to kill here? The yin-yang realm warrior guarding the city gate finally stood up. Even though he was the most insignificant one in the yin-yang realm. But this kind of cultivation meant that he was powerful. Chapter 1301. Even if he had just entered the yin-yang realm, he was still in the yin-yang realm. In the Sky Dragon continent and the Divine Phoenix continent, he was definitely a top-notch expert. Even in the White Tiger continent, he was definitely a top-notch existence. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a chain had already pierced his throat. A yin-yang realm martial artist was actually killed so easily. The chain extended from a palanquin. There was actually a coffin inside the black palanquin, exuding a gloomy aura. The palanquin was carried by 4 strong little giants. These 4 little giants were also wearing prison uniforms. They were 4 to 5 meters tall, and their huge bodies were frightening. However, the palanquin was even bigger. When they carried it, it didn't seem out of place at all. Run! Since the yin-yang realm martial artist had been killed, the rest of the people didn't dare to stay here. They all fled into the city. However, no one succeeded in leaving. Behind the black palanquin, more than 10 fierce black dogs pounced out. These black dogs exuded an aura of death. Their eyes were red, and they were very large. They were more than 2 meters tall just by standing there. The black dogs caught up with the martial artists, and directly pinned them down. Then, they bit off the throats of the martial artists. In an instant, only 1/3 of the martial artists guarding the door were left. However, these people didn't seem to have any intention of killing them all. The ones left were Heaven Realm martial artists, whom they looked down on. This strange and terrifying combination had openly entered the city of Sin. The surviving cultivators were panting in horror. Many of them had even lost control of their bowels and bowels. Who were these terrifying people? They now had a strong desire to escape the city of Sin. However, on the surface of the sea, the powerful pirates had already sealed off the nearby sea. Even if they left the city of Sin, they couldn't leave the sea. In Ling Gao's room, the fire flickered. Cold Plum, Hua Fuguang, and Hua Luiying had been guarding outside. Other than Princess Yunya, who had been here a few times, no one else could easily enter. As for the Moon Lady, after defeating the island master of Jade Wave Island, Macho, she went into seclusion again. Unless Ling Xiao was in danger, she probably wouldn't come out easily. Suddenly, a burst of medicinal fragrance came from the room. Princess Yunya couldn't help but show a bitter expression. This Ling Xiao was simply a monster among monsters. Not only in martial arts, but also in alchemy. At the alchemy conference, he had displayed his alchemy skills. Here, he displayed his alchemy speed. Hundreds of thousands of pills were successfully refined in 3 days. Perhaps even Medicine King Sun Sa could not guarantee such a speed. However, Ling Xiao could. Princess Yunya didn't see the whole process of Ling Xiao's alchemy, but she guessed that it had an inseparable relationship with Ling Xiao's streamlined alchemy. That kind of alchemy process was very scientific, almost not wasting a minute or a second. When refining a small number of pills, it might not be able to show its power. But when it was refined into medicinal pills in batches, the effects were very obvious. In this regard, Ling Xiao was definitely much stronger than Sun Zai. She didn't know where Ling Xiao's knowledge came from, just like how she was completely shocked by the alchemy mechanism designed by Ling Xiao. Relying on this set of mechanisms, the alchemist could completely free himself from the tedious refining process, and thus research a new and better pill, or improve the quality of the pill, without having to waste all of his time on refining. This was definitely a very terrifying innovation for the pharmacist industry. Yunya even felt that whoever mastered this technology would control the future of the mystic world. She now felt more and more that her original decision was correct. Cooperating with Ling Xiao, a guy with endless new ideas, would always give her surprises. In the room, Ling Xiao's face also showed a satisfied smile. After this batch of pills was successfully refined, although the strength of his heavenly empire wouldn't make a qualitative leap, it would at least improve a lot. At that time, the heavenly empire would be on an equal footing with the 7 martial arts sect island. It was important for a person to be strong. But it was equally important for a country to be strong. If hundreds of thousands of Heaven Realm warriors attacked at the same time, together with a formation, it was possible to kill a Yin-Yang Realm warrior. Not to mention a Grotto Heaven Realm warrior. Putting away the pills, Ling Xiao stretched his body and then walked out of the room. Congratulations, young hero Ling, the pills are finally refined successfully. Princess Yunya smiled and walked forward. Thank you. Have the materials for the puppet mechanisms been prepared? Ling Xiao asked. Not yet. The city of Sin has been turned upside down these past few days. It's completely chaotic, even more chaotic than before. Princess Yunya shook her head and said, We can't send any messages out. Is that so? Don't worry. It won't be too late to do this after leaving the city of Sin. Is Sister Yuanu still in seclusion? Ling Xiao looked at the room next to him. The power of the moon made him feel very comfortable. Yes, she's still in seclusion. Yunya nodded. Tell me about the situation these past 3 days. I've been busy refining pills and haven't had the time to pay attention to the outside world. How's Island Master Macho? What did Zhang Tianda and Representative Yen do? Ling Xiao asked. Even if you didn't ask, I would have told you. Yunya smiled and said, Now, the city of Sin has become a battleground for all the major forces. It's a complete mess. In order to protect the Imperial Jade Seal, the Water Spirit Temple sent powerful warriors again. The Sky Sea Pearl and Protector Zhongshui have been protected, and are healing. The Water Spirit Temple didn't come to cause trouble for me? Ling Xiao asked curiously. No, they're already having a hard time protecting the Imperial Jade Seal. They won't have the chance to cause trouble for you. Yunya shook her head and said, Besides the Water Spirit Temple, there's an even stronger and more terrifying force. It's the Ghost Temple that you were worried about before. They also sent people here. They really came. Are they also here for the Imperial Jade Seal? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. The Ghost Temple and the Water Spirit Temple are the 2 most powerful forces in the city of Sin. The Water Spirit Temple is still okay. They only want to protect the Imperial Jade Seal. But the Ghost Temple's actions are much more strange. Many warriors were killed by them without even offending them. The strange thing is that after they killed these people, their souls were taken away. It's exactly the same as the corpse granny. Princess Yunya reminded him. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "It seems that the corpse granny wasn't lying. She really does have the support of the Ghost Temple." "Yes, but these two forces didn't send all their people. So, the major forces of the Divine Phoenix continent and the nearby seas still have a chance to fight for the Imperial Jade Seal." Princess Yunya nodded and said, "Right now, the city of Sin is in a delicate balance." Chapter 1302. Yunya analyzed. Phoenix Academy, Qingshu College, Divine Phoenix Empire's Imperial Court, Black Crow Empire, Everlasting Joy Immortal Island, and Black Water Immortal Island have all sent people over. In addition, Jade Ripple Island's Mochos seems to have colluded with Water God Hall. This time, I'm afraid it will be disadvantageous for you. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "This is already within my expectations. However, the current situation isn't clear, so they shouldn't take the initiative to attack me. Otherwise, once I continue to weaken their strength, they will fall into a disadvantageous position in the fight for the Imperial Ruler's Seal. This Imperial Ruler's Seal is truly a disaster. Because of this item, people who were originally minding their own business have all started killing each other. In these 3 days, the city of Sin has turned into a river of blood. It has truly become a purgatory." Hua Fu Guang added. "You say it's a disaster, but in the eyes of others it's a treasure." Ling Xiao secretly smiled. Fortunately, he had used the cicada shedding technique to throw the blame away. Otherwise, even with the protection of the Moon Maiden, he would have lost a layer of skin even if he didn't die. An immemorial treasure and a human king's note, this attraction was not ordinary. Don't tell me they plan to continue like this, and in the end, no one will get any benefits?" Ling Xiao asked. "Not at all." Yunya shook her head and said, "Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing made a suggestion. Instead of fighting to the death, why don't everyone study the secret of the Imperial Ruler's Seal together? Whoever studies the Human King's note first will get the Imperial Ruler's Seal. However, the note has to be shared. Not everyone wanted to conquer the world, but every martial artist wanted to obtain the Human King's note. If the Human King's note was made public, then most of the martial artists would lose their target, and the killing would naturally stop. These two are powerful, but will Water God Hall be so obedient?" Ling Xiao asked. "This is not up to Water God Hall. You should know that Medicine King Sun Sa and Ji Qing are the most outstanding alchemists in the previous 3 continents, and the strongest in the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company. Not only are they powerful, they also have many friends. If they gave the order, most people would agree. If the Water God Temple really didn't agree, they would be annihilated by other forces. Right now, other than the Ghost Shrine, all the other forces in the City of Sin have agreed to this suggestion. The Ghost Shrine is really something. They probably want to kill us halfway, and they don't want to cooperate with others." Ling Xiao smiled and said, "But these people should only be Ghost Shrine's branch martial artists in the White Tiger continent. Are they really that confident? It's not confidence, it's just that they are truly powerful. At least after being in the City of Sin for so long, they have killed so many people, yet not a single one of them has been injured. This is a miracle." Yunya smiled bitterly and said, "They are now the only variable. Young hero Ling, do you plan to join in the fun?" "Yes, why not?" Ling Xiao naturally had to go. The reason was simple. If he didn't go, people would doubt the authenticity of the Imperial Ruler's Seal. After all, that thing used to be in his hands. If he didn't show a little bit of nervousness, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. Why do I feel like the biggest variable isn't the Ghost Shrine, but you? Princess Yunya smiled and said. Ling Xiao also smiled and didn't say anything. If it was beneficial to him, he didn't mind being a disruptor. Under the leadership of the King of Medicine, Sun Sa, Ji Qing, and Elder Chan Lo, most of the martial artists began to gather at the Chan La Plaza. The killing between each other became less and less, until it finally stopped. The Ghost God Palace also stopped their slaughter. It wasn't that they suddenly decided to be kind, it was because they had no other choice. When all the martial artists gathered together, if they acted rashly, they would be very unlucky in the end. They were arrogant, but they weren't stupid. They didn't want to waste their energy. The water god shrine hadn't appeared yet. But they were just observing. If most of the martial artists agreed to this decision, they wouldn't reject it. For the past few days, they had been studying the secret of the imperial ruler's seal, but they still couldn't find the key to solving it. Since they couldn't solve it, they might as well borrow the power of the heroes in the world. What they were more worried about now was that if they stood out too early, they would be targeted. Therefore, waiting was not a bad choice. In an instant, the city of Sin that was filled with blood and gore suddenly became peaceful. But this harmony was like the calm before the storm. It always gave people a very oppressive feeling. This kind of oppressive feeling made it difficult for many people to breathe. Finally, the sky gradually darkened, but the Changla Plaza was brightly lit. All kinds of illumination magic treasures and special illumination arrays made the place as bright as day. Ling Xiao and Ling Mei stood in the middle of the crowd. They were dressed very plainly, as if they were two insignificant people. If one didn't look carefully, it would be difficult to notice that it was actually the two of them. At this time, Ling Xiao had his eyes closed. His soul had already flown out of his body and was wandering around the Changla Plaza, inquiring for information. Those who didn't know would think that he was sleeping there. But they didn't know. In fact, he was completely aware of the situation in the plaza. Within a radius of a few kilometers, even the slightest breeze couldn't escape the detection of his soul force. If someone could see Ling Xiao's soul power, they would discover that his soul power had weaved a fine net in a radius of several kilometers. It was like a spider's web, but much finer. No matter who it was that touched the net, he would be able to clearly capture the information. He had used this method of using soul power when he was hiding from enemies in the Dragon Submission Mountain range, but he was still weak at that time. Now that he was using it with the cultivation of a half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist, it was very powerful. Coupled with the Tai Chi Eye, no matter who it was, even if they held their breath, they couldn't escape his dual perception. In terms of perception, he was even more terrifying than a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist. At this time, the Chan La Plaza seemed to have become his Grotto Heaven domain. The Water God Temple is here? Ling Xiao suddenly frowned. Somewhere in the distance, two clear images were reflected in his mind. One of them was dressed in bright and luxurious clothes. It was Zhang Tianda. The other person was dressed in a water-blue robe. It was the representative of the Yen Kingdom. These two people had been scheming to kill Ling Xiao recently. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they were unable to succeed. No, only these two people have appeared. It seems that they are probing. Ling Xiao smiled. Since these two people wanted to attend the meeting with two blades, he would take advantage of this opportunity to get rid of them. With Cold Plum's cooperation, killing these two people would be as easy as flipping his hand. Previously, they didn't have a chance, so they were jumping around outside. Now that there was a chance, Ling Xiao didn't want to miss it. Chapter 1303. So what if Zhang Tianda and Representative Yen had Water Spirit Temple behind them? Now that they couldn't even protect themselves, Ling Xiao wasn't afraid. Cold Plum, get ready. Ling Xiao smiled at Cold Plum beside him, conveying his meaning with his expression. The two of them had a tacit understanding and didn't need to speak at all, quietly disappearing into the darkness. Brother Yen, we won't be tricked, right? Now that Water Spirit Temple is the target of public criticism, if these people attack together, won't we die without a burial place? Zhang Tianda asked worriedly. What are you afraid of? Those people want the Imperial Jade Seal, not Water Spirit Temple. If necessary, we will throw the Imperial Jade Seal out, Representative Yen said. I hope so, but recently, We've been really unlucky. Zhang Tianda was quite unhappy. Ever since he came to the city of Sin and supported Representative Yan, his days of bad luck had come. First, he was defeated by Ling Xiao. Then, he was removed from the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company and was even hunted down. Later, when he tried to rely on the Imperial Jade Seal to make a comeback, he found that this was no longer a game he could participate in. There were too many experts, and he was just a small fish among them. He thought that by submitting to Water Spirit Temple, he could at least save his life, but he didn't expect to be sent to complete such a dangerous mission. Who could understand the bitterness in his heart? All of this originated from that Ling Xiao. He didn't dare to question Water Spirit Temple, but all of his hatred was added to Ling Xiao. If he could see Ling Xiao die, he would be very happy. There are really a lot of trash who aren't afraid of death. A mere Sky Realm martial artist dares to covet the Imperial Jade Seal. Aren't they afraid of dying without a burial place? At this time, Zhang Tianda had already noticed most of the martial artists in the crowd. Although there were many Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists, Sky Realm martial artists still accounted for the majority. This was going to be a high-class battle. The normally mysterious Grotto Heaven Realm cultivators came out of nowhere for the Imperial Jade Seal and the Sovereign Personage's notes. Brother Zhang is right. If one's cultivation base hasn't reached the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm, then one doesn't even have the right to participate. Even if it was a martial artist from the first 3 Grotto Heavens, they still had to bear a great risk. While there were few Yin-Yang Realm martial practitioners, this battle was undoubtedly their battlefield. Of course, Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists also have a slim chance, but Heaven Realm martial artists have no chance at all. The representative of Yen country also sneered, somewhat disdainful of this. Now that some random dog or cat dared to attack their Water Spirit Temple, they would definitely kill all of them when they were free. Who? All of a sudden, a figure appeared within the paradise domain of the crowd. A Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist's Grotto Heaven domain could not only be used for combat, but also for scouting the enemy's whereabouts. If someone was hostile towards them, they would immediately discover it. Zhang Tianda was slightly better than the Yen representative, so he quickly discovered the black shadow that was moving quickly towards them. The two of them looked at each other and revealed a sinister smile. It's Ling Xiao. And it's only one person. Is this guy trying to die? At this moment, Ling Xiao did not have the powerful aura that he had when he was in the ruined temple. Zhang Tianda and the Yen representative both knew that Ling Xiao's state was probably due to external help and could not last long. We absolutely cannot let go of this opportunity, and take advantage of it to eliminate him. The two of them quickly reached a consensus. They really did not believe that Ling Xiao alone could pose any threat to them. Therefore, the two of them did not react and continued to stand motionless in the crowd, as if they did not notice Ling Xiao's existence at all. The distance between Ling Xiao and them was getting closer and closer. The corners of their mouths curled up into a cold smile. Furthermore, they were prepared to counterattack. Since Ling Xiao intended to launch a sneak attack, they naturally had to beat him at his own game. The crowd did not notice the situation here because Ling Xiao did not release any killing intent towards them. Their attention was all focused on the high platform. Sitting there were the Medicine King Sunbeard and Ji Qing. They were also the initiators of the suggestion this time. The martial artists who came here were not here to fight and kill. Their goal was to share the Human King's notes. Of course, there was no lack of people who attempted to snatch the Imperial Jade Seal as well. Two dog thieves, you guys schemed against me time and time again. Today is the day of your death. Go to hell to accompany the corpse granny. She's very lonely. When Ling Xiao was less than 3 meters away from the Yen representative and Zhang Tianda, an angry bellow suddenly erupted from his mouth. Ha ha ha, what a fool. We dread you not because of you, but because of the people around you. Now, since you're here to court death, we'll fulfill your wish. Zhang Tianda and the Yen representative exchanged a glance and revealed an expression of wild laughter at the same time. What they said was the truth. Toward Ling Xiao, they were disdainful. They were only wary of the Moon Lady and Cold Plum by Ling Xiao's side. Today, Ling Xiao had come to court death, so they naturally had to fulfill his wish. The two of them attacked Ling Xiao at almost the same time, using their most ruthless moves. However, during the attack, the two of them actually felt a sense of fear at the same time. By the time they realized that they had been tricked, two sharp swords had already pierced their hearts. The fragrance of plum blossoms could be smelled in the air. "It's her?" The two of them realized that they had been ambushed by Cold Plum. However, Grotto Heaven Realm experts were Grotto Heaven Realm experts after all. Even if their hearts were pierced, they still struggled at death's door and attempted to escape. It was a pity that Ling Xiao's sword was faster than their fleeing movements. "If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Where do you plan to escape to?" A shadow sword easily slit the two men's throats. "If anyone dares to offend me, they will die without a doubt." That was what Zhang Tianda and the representative of Yan country heard before they died. They had once feared that they would be killed. Perhaps they would die in the chaotic battle for the Imperial Jade Seal. Perhaps they would be killed by the Moon Maiden. Or perhaps they would be killed by Cold Plum. However, they had never thought that they would die under Ling Xiao's sword. Ling Xiao's sword was vicious and ruthless. As long as one was stabbed, there was basically no hope of survival. Two Grotto Heaven Realm experts had died in such an inexplicable manner before they could do anything. Although they were very unwilling to accept it, what was the use of that? They were already dead, so there was no point in being unwilling to accept it. Because Ling Xiao had isolated the space here, no one noticed this battle. Even those experts hiding in the shadows did not pay attention to the situation here. Their goal was only the Imperial Jade Seal. After taking away Zhang Tianda and the Yen representative's storage rings, Ling Xiao could not help but smile in satisfaction. Zhang Tianda was truly worthy of being the person in charge of the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the Divine Phoenix continent. This guy was truly greedy. In addition to many precious herbs and refining materials, there was also a large number of spirit stones in the storage ring. This immediately made Ling Xiao's possession of spirit stones rich again. Chapter 1304. Representative Yan was inferior to Zhang Tianda, but he also plundered quite a bit of the pirates' income. All kinds of strange treasures were quite a lot. Killing these two people and collecting the storage rings, Ling Xiao was still mixed in the crowd with Cold Plum. It was as if nothing had happened. The majority of this crowd were just Deva Realm martial artists. Mixing in the hands of these people, it was easier to hide their identities. As the sky became darker and darker, the lights became brighter and brighter. The Water God Temple's people finally appeared once more. This time, those who came were no longer cannon fodder, but Protector Zhongshui and the Heavenly Sea Pearl, as well as several experts from the Water God Temple. Of course, this was not all of them either. Once all of their strength was exposed, it would be very easy to be targeted. Sun Sa Jiqing, this old man accepts your suggestion and is willing to take out the Imperial Jade Seal for everyone to study together. The one who spoke was the Water God Temple's protector Zhongshui. It was not that they were afraid. It was just that because their painstaking exploration was fruitless, so they wanted to borrow these people's strength. Putting it bluntly, it was using each other. No one was a fool, but there were quite a few greedy people. People with poor cultivation might not have bad eyesight. With more people, there would always be someone who could discover some secrets. Good, Protector Zhongshui's choice will save us from a lot of bloodshed and sacrifice. This is considered an absolutely correct choice to benefit the martial artist world. The Medicine King's son stood up, giving off an unfathomable aura. In the crowd, Ling Xiao could not help curling his lips. Saying it in a dignified manner, but actually, wasn't it just wanting to get the human king's notes? This guy was really a hypocrite. That's right. Let's start sharing the Imperial Ruler's seal. I have a magic treasure here that can transmit the information of the Imperial Ruler's seal to everyone here. If any secrets are discovered, the magic treasure will alert you. If anyone wants to keep the secret for themselves, Don't blame us for being rude. Ji Qing also stood up and took out a strange-looking magic treasure and said. Although he was also an otherworldly expert, he still could not avoid being attracted by the Imperial Jade Seal. Moreover, he represented the Heavenly Dragon Trading Company in the end. He naturally had to do some things. Protector Zhongshui nodded his head and threw the Imperial Jade Seal up, then controlled it with internal force, making it land steadily at the location of the magic treasure. However, Ling Xiao, who was in the crowd, suddenly frowned. His soul power captured a powerful and terrifying aura. This aura was not only gloomy, but also eerie, as if it had truly come from the depths of hell. Then, everyone saw a black palanquin appear. A pitch-black chain cut through the night sky and took the Imperial Jade Seal away. This palanquin was carried by 4 small giants. It was cold and awe-inspiring. No one knew who was sitting inside, because there was only a bronze coffin that looked very heavy. Around the black palanquin were a dozen black hounds of ghosts and deities, and dozens of strange-looking prisoners. Just like the massacre at the city gate, they actually showed up. The people of the Ghost Shrine took away the Imperial Jade Seal in front of so many martial artists. He really did not put the martial artists here in his eyes. Soon, they were surrounded by the martial artists. No one was willing to let them go after taking away the Imperial Jade Seal. The Water God Temple was like this, and so was the Ghost God Temple. The Ghost Shrine might have a great reputation, but they were not people from the main hall, so they could not have a complete deterrent effect. Moreover, the Imperial Jade Seal was too attractive. Although many people knew that their lives might be in danger, they still wanted to fight for it. Suddenly, one of the prisoners wearing a bronze mask looked in Ling Xiao's direction. He suddenly threw the chain in his hand. The end of the chain smashed through the air, creating a terrifying sonic boom. The powerful and terrifying aura was directed directly at Ling Xiao. However, the first to be unlucky were the martial artists standing in front of Ling Xiao. The chain was too fast. They had no time to dodge and could only block it hastily. However, in just an instant, 4 or 5 martial artists were smashed into meat paste by the huge chain. Even the martial artists who blocked it suddenly felt a black aura sweep through their bodies. In an instant, their bodies began to rot. It was a horrible sight. What a strange attack! What a terrifying martial art! At the same time, the other prisoners made almost the same attack. At this time, Ling Xiao discovered that this guy was not attacking him at all, but indiscriminately killing people. Was this the Ghost Shrine? Did they want to use this method to show off their strength to all the martial artists in the square? For a time, screams rang out. In a moment, hundreds of Heaven Realm martial artists died, as well as several Grotto Heaven Realm martial artists. These prisoners were too strong. Just by looking at cultivation, the weakest was at the complete stage of half-step Grotto Heaven Realm. Ling Xiao could not confirm the strongest for the time being because he did not have the time to confirm. The attack had already arrived in front of him. The chain was only an inch away from his head. However, after a brief moment, Yang Ming shifted his body horizontally and easily dodged the attack that seemed to be a sure kill. The prisoner wearing the bronze mask seemed a little surprised. Ling Xiao's cultivation was only average among the several people he attacked. The others were either directly smashed to death or corroded by corpse poison. But this brat actually easily dodged his attack. Even the corpse poison was unable to poison him? He suddenly let out a roar, clearly a little angry. Originally, it was just a chain attack, and a large-scale attack. At this moment, however, he directly threw out the 2 chains in his hands. Moreover, he only had one target, Ling Xiao. Cold Plum, don't make a move first. Ling Xiao did not let Cold Plum make a move. First, he wanted to temper himself. Second, he was worried that Cold Plum would be poisoned. Do not underestimate this kind of poison. Even if a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist was poisoned, it would be very troublesome. Ling Xiao was immune to poison, but Cold Plum was not. Cold Plum nodded silently, and stood to the side to watch the battle. However, she was also prepared to make a move at any time. Once Ling Xiao's life was in danger, she would definitely kill this strange prisoner on the spot. The two chains were like heaven-breaking hammers. They smashed through space and arrived in front of Ling Xiao in an instant. One aimed for his head and the other for his chest. "Humph, you are just the weakest among the prisoners. How dare you force me like this? Do you want to die?" Ling Xiao snorted. Facing someone who wanted to take his life, Ling Xiao did not intend to hold back. Suddenly, two red sun alls appeared in his hands, and struck the two chains away. His opponent was a half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. His cultivation had reached the half-step Grotto Heaven Realm after refining hundreds of thousands of pills. The gap was very small. Facing such an enemy, Ling Xiao had no reason to be afraid. Rage. Absolute rage. Two attacks were not able to kill a guy whose cultivation was lower than his. This made the prisoner wearing the bronze mask furious. Chapter 1305. Ha! The strange prisoner let out a roar, and countless chains emerged from his body. At a glance, there were at least several hundred chains, and all of them shot toward Ling Xiao. But while he was angry, Ling Xiao was even angrier. Ling Xiao was standing there perfectly fine, but the other party suddenly attacked him indiscriminately, and even wanted to kill him. The first time, he chose to dodge. He didn't expect the other party to take a mile after taking an inch. The second time, he chose to block. This time, Ling Xiao didn't plan to block. The opponent wasn't very strong, so he decided to eliminate him on the spot. The other prisoners had finished their battles, each of them taking 4 or 5 lives. They were all quietly watching Ling Xiao, not intending to help. Perhaps they felt that their companions were strong enough and didn't need help. Or perhaps they were heartless people to begin with and didn't care if their companions were killed. However, regardless of the reason, Ling Xiao's side had once again become the most eye-catching part of the crowd. Break! Golden Crow Ascension! Ling Xiao coldly roared as the shadow sword pierced through the air. The dazzling golden crow covered all the chains. Rumble! With a loud explosion, the golden crow's light vanished, but the chains were also knocked back. In this clash, Ling Xiao clearly had the upper hand. The other party had come prepared, while he had only casually attacked. But he had repelled the other party's attack. Damn it! A low and hoarse voice came from under the bronze mask. The prisoner had already lost his mind. His companions had finished their battles and returned to the black palanquin. But he had fallen into a bitter battle. He found it hard to accept such a humiliating matter. And the cause of all this was not a Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist or a Yin-Yang Realm martial artist, but a mere half-step Grotto Heaven Realm martial artist. This made him lose all face. Ling Xiao's killing intent grew thicker and thicker. They had tried to kill him time and time again, and this had already made him angry. Although he was already very good at controlling his emotions. Controlling his emotions didn't mean that he was cowardly. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he naturally had to let the other party die. Roar! In the air, a giant beast let out a terrifying roar. Under the illumination of countless lights, it seemed even more terrifying and sinister. The heaven-devouring titanic beast, Tao Tai, had finally reappeared. On Ling Xiao's sword, there was an earth-shattering sword intent of destruction. It was as if he wanted to destroy everything in front of him and destroy everything that dared to disrespect him. This scene caused the crowd to cry out in shock. Heaven-devouring titanic beast! That must be Ling Xiao. That's right. Ling Xiao seems to have a sword technique that can nurture such a terrifying beast. Ling Xiao's name was like thunder in this city of sin. During the battle on the Long Street, he destroyed the Black Python clan that had been rooted in the city of sin for a long time. During the alchemy conference, he defeated the White Tiger Continent's genius alchemist, the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas, and successfully became the champion. Just at this moment, he chose to lay low. The Imperial Jade Seal in his hands had been snatched away by the Pearl of the Heavenly Seas. However, no one thought that this was bad luck. Many even thought that this was a kind of luck. In this situation, whoever had the Imperial Jade Seal was not far from death. Even someone like Protector Zhongshui was injured. What more Ling Xiao? What was Ling Xiao doing here today? Was he planning to take back the Imperial Jade Seal? Or did he just want to study the Human King's notes together? Regardless of the reason, everyone was certain that Ling Xiao had been robbed of the real Imperial Jade Seal. However, no one would have thought that the real item was actually in Ling Xiao's hands. However, to avoid being targeted, Ling Xiao didn't study the secret of the Imperial Jade Seal. After all, he had plenty of time after returning to the Heavenly Dynasty Empire. Taotia's Doomsday. Die. This time, Ling Xiao finally chose to take the initiative to attack. The Black Death Beast roared as it merged into the terrifying sword chi and pounced towards the prisoner. The prisoner naturally knew that the power of this move wasn't ordinary. In his scarlet eyes, there was actually a flash of fear. Although he couldn't see his expression clearly, Ling Xiao could determine that this fellow should be regretting it. However, regret was useless. Although the Taotia's Doomsday was a move of the light shadow profound that Ling Xiao had comprehended early on, its power had never been weak. Now that his cultivation had broken through, adding the Taotai martial spirit into the move, the power of this move was much stronger than before. Even if it couldn't be considered as Ling Xiao's strongest move, it was definitely a first-class move. Walala! Bang! 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 The prisoner attempted to use the dense chains to block, forming a tight defensive net. However, it was useless. The terrifying Taopai combined with the powerful destruction sword intent caused the chains to be tempered inch by inch. The sword chi pierced towards the prisoner without any obstruction. Ah! A terrified roar came from the prisoner's mouth. Crack! The bronze mask was the first to shatter, revealing a horrifying face. This face was obviously disfigured. Corpse poison covered the entire face, and green pus dripped down. It was extremely ugly. What kind of evil martial art is this? To actually train himself to such a state? Sighs could be heard from the crowd. On this face, one could still see pain and anger intertwined. Kill! Kill! Kill you! From the prisoner's mouth, words that were filled with anger were spat out. However, after a short while, he shut his mouth. The Taotia's Doomsday's attack had completely engulfed his body, including the chains. The prisoner was actually swallowed by the Taotai beast and disappeared into the void. The heaven-devouring titanic beast naturally dared to swallow anything. To it, corpse poison was probably not as powerful as its stomach acid. The arrogant ghost shrine had originally intended to take the martial artists on the plaza down a notch. They had almost succeeded. However, Ling Xiao couldn't do it. The one who was killed wasn't Ling Xiao, but one of their men. 24 strong prisoners wearing bronze masks, and one of them had died in battle. Looking at the disappearing monster, the crowd let out a sigh. These guys relied on their strength and didn't put others in their eyes at all. The targets they chose to attack were actually weaker. Even the martial artists at the Grotto Heaven Realm only chose martial artists below the 3rd Grotto Heaven Realm. Logically speaking, each of the 24 prisoners should be able to complete the killing mission successfully. However, there was an exception among them. The crowd couldn't help but sigh. That unlucky prisoner should be regretting meeting Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he should be able to complete this mission smoothly and not be in such a miserable state. Of course, what surprised the crowd was that Ling Xiao actually broke through again. They clearly remembered that during the alchemy conference, Ling Xiao was only at the 10 Directions Heaven Realm. Now, he was already at the half-stepped Grotto Heaven Realm. How long had it been? Such a terrifying speed of improvement was simply unheard of. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.